Tere hommikust!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, guten Morgen, Damen und Herren. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs. As you can understand, we have several languages throughout the day, so those of you who haven't yet picked up a translation kit, there are plenty available behind the door. So once again, welcome to Pärnu, welcome to the Offshore Power for E-Fuels conference. My name is Johannes Tralla. I'm a journalist at Estonian Public Broadcasting, and it is my sincere pleasure to guide us through today's conversations as we take on one of the defining energy challenges of our time, bringing sustainable hydrogen into Europe's energy mix. Let's see if that works. Right. Global commitments to hydrogen have surged, with the EU only planning to invest up to $500 billion by mid-century. Now, the aim is clear: to decarbonize sectors like steelmaking, aviation and shipping that are difficult to electrify. Yet, obviously, questions remain how quickly we can overcome major hurdles, from scaling infrastructure and reducing costs to making hydrogen economically competitive across industries. Today, we'll tackle what it takes to turn hydrogen's potential into reality, and we will focus on three main areas. First, we'll look how research and innovation can actually address the technical and cost challenges of hydrogen production. Next, we'll explore the infrastructure needed, from pipelines to regulatory frameworks, to make deployment across Europe feasible. And finally, we'll discuss the social and environmental impact, ensuring these projects align with community values and workforce needs. We'll hear from policymakers, industry leaders, and experts on what's next for hydrogen and the specific opportunities here in Estonia. Thank you very much for being part of this conversation, and I truly look forward to hearing the ideas you'll all bring to the table. Now, to officially open our event, I'd like to invite the Mayor of Pärnu to share a few words. And I believe his name is already seen here. That wasn't me, that was the Mayor of Pärnu, Mr. Romek Krosenkaanius. Please, the floor is yours.
As I understand, my place is here. Good morning, everyone, and ladies and gentlemen, welcome to summer capital of Estonia. Welcome to Pärnu. Today we will speak about our future, about Pärnu County and about Estonian future. As we know, Pärnu was a long time and is still a resort town. Actually, over 108 years, Pärnu Resort were a main destination for domestic and foreign tourists in Estonia. Of course, during the Soviet era, Pärnu was also an industrial city, but this industry poisoned nature, and we were glad when this industry stopped its activities in Pärnu. However, Pärnu looks to future with hope, and we have a good reason for this, and this hope is justified. On the last 15 years, Pärnu has started to develop rapidly. Developments are also taking place in industrial sector, where we can notice balanced, sustainable and nature-saving development. In the next 6 years, the Pärnu got a high-speed railway, which will be connected to Tallinn and Europe. We have already here a port and airport, and there are many windy areas on the sea around Pärnu. Several investors plan to put offshore wind plants in the Gulf of Livonia for next 4-6 years. The other energy plants operating on renewable natural resources have also been put here. And I believe that this is our future, and Pärnu County is become a center of energy production in Estonia. Pärnu County may be energy hub city. At the beginning of war in Ukraine, energy security has been increasing on the agenda, and all EU countries, including Estonia, are looking for energy independence from Russia. Energy production based on fossil fuels, such as oil and gas, is not an option for Estonia. Estonia does not have these resources, and therefore we have to be smart to achieve our energy security, look bolder towards new energy technologies. Dear friends, there are not doubt that we have a good possibility to use here clever new technologies like offshore wind plants, hydrogen, and the other e-fuel technologies. I hope that we are smart to use new technologies in the energy sector to build up the future for Estonia, where we have our own strong, sustainable, and independent energy sector. Using new technologies is always risky, but we have to accept the challenges and go for it, like once uptime when Estonia become a world leader in information technology. I wish that today's conference will be successful and open new opportunities for our city and help us build a better future for Pärnu County and for all Estonia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and it's now my pleasure to invite on the stage Baiba Miltovica from the 10 section at the European Economic and Social Committee, and she will speak on the importance of hydrogen technologies in the EU.
I guess I need to change the name because I'm not Romek. Yeah. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Mayor, Mayor of Pärnu, dear Dutch Ambassador to Estonia, it is a really pleasure being here, and on behalf of European Economic and Social Committee, we are pleased to be one of the co-organizers of this hydrogen conference, and you can see all the organizers down here, and we really appreciate our co-effort because together we can do more, and we can give also shedding a light of not only academia but also industry and also civil society perspective of this issue, because also public acceptance of new technologies are very important, and we need that public is also aligned with our developments in the energy field. I will shed a bit light of European Economic and Social Committee ideas, because we were working on several opinions in this field, and here in the room there are rapporteurs and study group members working on the hydrogen bank and many other opinions. Indeed, we think that green hydrogen is an essential pillar of our energy transition, and it is gaining momentum as we work hard and more thinking about sustainable future. Recent initiatives like EU Hydrogen Bank, I mentioned, underscore just how committed we are building robust, sustainable and hydrogen markets across Europe. I'm especially pleased to be here today with our partners from Estonia and Netherlands. This collaborative effort brings our shared vision to life as we discuss some of the fundamental elements shaping the future of hydrogen in European Union. The rapid development of renewable hydrogen is critical, and it's critical not only for the transformation of our energy systems, but it's also critical for the social and economic well-being of the European Union. This is why over the past years, the Economic and Social Committee has been dedicated to developing recommendations to support an efficient and local hydrogen markets. However, it is essential that we direct our resources wisely. To maximize our impact, we need to prioritize hard-to-abate sectors such as transport and heavy industry, where hydrogen can play a transformative role. In addition to these industrial goals, we must establish efficient ecological and social standards that ensure fair and safe working conditions. Supporting the upskilling and reskilling of our workforce is really crucial, maintaining Europe's competitiveness in the evolving markets. Today, we are fortunate to have a remarkable lineup of experts who will guide us through various aspects of the challenge, starting from academic research and infrastructure development to socio-economical standards, investments needed, and financial strategies. This conference will provide the perfect opportunity to foster collaboration, exchanges of best practice, and develop strategies, recommendations that can be implemented both at the national and European Union level. On our side, our delegation of members from European Economic and Social Committee will provide views from civil society perspective, and they come from 27 EU member states. I look forward to today's discussion, and I am eager to take away new insights that will enrich our own work, and we will have takeaways from this conference for our work in European Economic and Social Committee. I wish really fruitful day and looking forward to exchange and network buildings with many of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's see how these move. Estonia, as a paperless nation, faces good old paper documents is somewhat helpless. I believe I have to, I can add those. Like bits and bytes, right. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we're privileged to have with us His Excellency Sander van der Sluis, the Dutch ambassador to Estonia. The Netherlands has taken a remarkable lead in the hydrogen sector, setting a strong example for innovation and commitment to green energy. And Ambassador van der Sluis will share his insights on the Netherlands' strategy in this field.
Well, you've done magic here. Congratulations. So, dear Mayor of Pärnu, dear members of the European Economic and Social Committee, dear hydrogen professionals, ladies and gentlemen, and interpreters, welcome. Good morning. I'll try to speak slowly. That's something I learned during my years in Brussels when interpreters have to do their work. So I hope that my speed won't go up too high. So it's a pleasure to welcome this distinguished audience. Why? Because during my career I've been interested in security, in climate, in economy, in European Union affairs, and this all in a way comes together here at this conference. So I'm very excited to be here. And due to the somewhat limited size of the venue, we had to turn down some requests to attend the event in person today. So in that way, you can feel extra lucky that you're in the room. Those who didn't make it here, there's also good news in the sense that we have a live stream and they can follow us online, so we can maybe wave to our online audience and welcome them as well. So back in the days when I was working in Brussels at our perm rep to the EU, I was listening a lot to this Finnish MEP called Alexander Stubb, who's now president of Finland. And he usually did his speeches by making 3 points, whenever he had a speech. So I decided to do the same thing and have 3 main points. The first one being that hydrogen, there are compelling reasons why we should invest in hydrogen, and I will mention a few in a minute. The second point, that this is a joint effort, and that's why we are here with this distinguished audience here today. And the third point is that you have the Netherlands Embassy at your side, so that's why we are a partner in co-organizing this event. So those were my 3 points. I hope they will stick. And maybe diving into the compelling reasons, I think the mayor and other previous speaker made the point very clear already. We have climate change. This year is going to be the hottest since we started measuring temperature. We have the climate summit starting this week in Baku. And we need clean technologies. So that's reason number 1, really. Reason number 2, the mayor referred to it, is security, geopolitics, and the Russian threat, and the need to diversify our energy sources and energy carriers, you could say. And third is basic economics, because we see that investors, they don't want to use fossil energy anymore. They want to use clean energy. So here is a great opportunity in front of us. And as I mentioned, being at a joint effort, that reminds me a bit of my own field of work, diplomacy, where you need various partners to align their actions and to make coordinated moves to make things happen. And the hydrogen-based solutions are already providing viable alternatives in certain sectors, but the pace of development is slower than it could be. And just as in diplomacy, advancing the hydrogen economy requires extensive dialogue, commitment, partnerships, and the integration of diverse expertise and goals. And as in diplomacy, we need to bring people and nations together in order to find common ground. And the EU is one of the main channels in doing so. And this involves not only aligning industry and government, but also gaining the public's trust and encouraging them to support this important transition. So this is not something that we can do alone. We need producers, infrastructure developers, innovators, policymakers. They all have to play a critical role and take action together. One of the things that we also need is a stable and predictable regulatory environment. And let's not forget that hydrogen is only as sustainable as the energy used to produce it, green hydrogen. If we look back at history, it's clear that innovations and breakthrough technologies have always flourished in locations where abundant energy resources were available. We had coal in the British Great Industrial Revolution. We had oil in the United States. And the Netherlands had this huge gas reserve, which we have now, by the way, closed down because of the earthquakes that it caused. And, but today, we are moving to more sustainable energy sources. Carbon-intensive energy is no longer supported in this region and is prompting us to look toward clean and renewable alternatives. And Estonia has a unique potential to produce a surplus of renewable energy, up to 4 times internal consumption. And true, achieving this will require a significant investment, and it's not risky, as the mayor said, But as history has shown, those investments will later pay back and will bring long-term prosperity. In Europe, many industries are aiming to transition to renewable resources and to reduce their carbon footprint. The EU, mentioned before, considers the hydrogen market essential to achieving climate neutrality and reducing fossil fuel dependency. Member States, Commission, European Parliament have set ambitious targets to advance this sector, and rightly so. And by achieving those targets, we will unlock substantial growth potential for countries with green energy surpluses. Now, when energy sources are abundant, so too are innovation and prosperity. In the Netherlands, we are committed to making hydrogen a central part of our future economy. We even call it our second gas revolution, one that will build on the hydrogen economy for the decades to come. Let me give you a few examples of Dutch companies taking those steps and making significant advancements. The port of Rotterdam used to be the biggest port in the world, not anymore, but still pretty big, aims to import nearly half of the EU's renewable hydrogen target, positioning itself as Europe's leading hydrogen hub. Hyzon Motors is leading in hydrogen fuel cell vehicle development. Sky Energy and Vero Energy are advancing in sustainable aviation fuel production. Damen is developing several methanol-powered vessels. Van Oort, also pretty well known in this country, is enhancing sustainable maritime operations with its new methanol-powered offshore installation vessel. And meanwhile, and I think this was most impressive, I must say, in the whole list, under the project Poseidon, with an H, Poseidon, an existing oil and gas platform off the Dutch coast is being converted to the world's first offshore hydrogen platform. Shell's 200 megawatt electrolysis plant will generate green hydrogen from offshore wind at sea. It's pretty mind-boggling. And last but not least, we have Power2X looking for opportunities to build a new e-methanol industry here in Pernod. So the transition is visible, rapid, and well underway, with hydrogen at the heart of the energy transition in the Netherlands. So wrapping up, I encourage you, Estonian friends, to consider your own path. Estonia has the full potential to generate an impressive surplus of green energy, and with this new natural resource to provide a powerful boost to your economy, which is also a priority of the current Estonian government. Take the lessons learned by the other countries and materialize this unique opportunity to become a key player in the new sustainable energy economy. And today we are fortunate to have many Dutch speakers with us to share their knowledge. And as I said, the Netherlands Embassy in Estonia remains committed to facilitating bringing Dutch expertise to Estonia. If you have any further ideas or any questions or requests, don't hesitate to reach out to me or my excellent team, Kadri and Lisa, they're here as well, you will meet them, to help you out. So I'm sure that today will be filled with inspiring ideas and relevant discussions. And let me finally thank the co-organizers, as you see them on the screen, the European Economic and Social Committee, Pärnu County Development Center, MetroCert, Invest in Estonia, and Power2X. I wish you a wonderful conference, lots of inspiration, and I see you all hopefully at the end of the day at our networking reception. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, dear Ambassador. Now, academic research is the backbone of any emerging technology, and hydrogen, of course, is no exception. Our experts today will shed light on the crucial academic and technological advances required to really scale up hydrogen markets and make this wonderful vision a reality. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after each presentation, and we will have quite a few in just a few minutes, you will have the possibility to ask questions. Now, this can be either done in the good old-fashioned way by simply raising your hand and asking the question, because time is not unlimited here. Unfortunately, I cannot take all questions, but I will do my best. But the more Estonian way, of course, to ask questions is to take out your smart device, go to slido.com or merely scan the QR code, and then you don't have to speak. That is the Estonian way. Be smart, don't speak. But I do encourage you to speak, of course. Two possibilities, QR code or slido.com, or raise your hand and ask a question. Our first speaker in this session of academic presentations is Professor Zofia Lukšo from Delft University of Technology, where she specializes in smart energy systems. Please welcome her on the stage. And I forgot my most important task.
Yeah.
Voila.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you for the invitation. Really, that is a pleasure to be here and to share with you the research going on at the Delft University of Technology, where I am member of. The Excellence Ambassador of the Netherlands mentioned many interesting business activities organized by companies. I will concentrate on the research going on hydrogen as an important energy carrier for the future. And I am very happy that I am not only one from TU Delft here. I have here also somewhere in the room my excellent ex-students joining the conference. So I am really, really happy that they are still involved in the hydrogen business. I guess I will use this. And by the way, I am from Faculty of Technology, Policy and Management. For those who maybe don't know our technical university, that is one of the three with these blue dots technical universities in the Netherlands, the oldest one and the biggest one, and with 8 faculties, many programs, and many students. And having these 8 faculties, it is not so easy to coordinate work on hydrogen and hydrogen challenges. So what we decided to organize the so-called hydrogen platform. So I invite you to look at TU Delft and search for the hydrogen platform. Then you can see what kind of activities go on the university regarding the research and education. The collaboration is really needed because the transition to the future energy system is very complex, and I'm talking very often on the bumpy road. There are sometimes unexpected events going on. One of them that we have heard, I guess, yesterday from the newspaper, that the Dutch system is changing supporting scheme. For example, for the companies are Shell planning to put this biggest electrolyzer of 200 megawatts on the in the Netherlands. And changing this supporting scheme means that maybe to some extent that will be not an interesting business case anymore. Saying this, I would like to go further to the structure of the university. And we organized in the university with more than 1,000 scientists working on the energy issue. And a very, very well-working collaborative structure called Delft Energy. And in the Delft Energy DI, you see a couple of institute platforms. And for hydrogen, there are some of them very, very relevant. This hydrogen platform is already mentioned. Urban Energy Institute is also very relevant. We looked at there how the hydrogen can be used as energy carrier in the urban environment, together with the I don't see here somewhere, maybe I missed, together with the Green Village. Green Village, that is the field lab at the university. We have there built by Dutch distribution system operators hydrogen network. We have also some houses built in the style of 70s, 80s, and so on, with different energy labels. In these houses, the students still live. And we can, together with the real environment, investigate how the hydrogen can be used for heating the houses in the urban area. PowerWeb Institute looking especially on the network infrastructure, e-refinery, also working a lot on hydrogen issue, especially hydrogen production and the electrons. Wind energy, of course, producing the wind energy and battery platform. So all this collaborative structure makes possible that we can address the challenging issue. Also not in collaboration with industry, but also very important, the so-called TU Delft Dream Teams. Maybe you know them. Students working on the first hydrogen racing car to support maybe in the future our Max van Stappen, working the aerospace industry and so on. As said, the hydrogen platform is looking at the multidisciplinary research and collaboration also with the external parties to address in adequate way challenges of energy transition. Also, we spend their attention on the social aspect of energy transition and acceptance of hydrogen, environmental aspects, and also look together with other organizations on development of the capital agenda. In the hydrogen platform, we defined 5 research teams. That is the offshore hydrogen production, and you see names of professors, you can contact them. Large-scale storage and transport and distribution of hydrogen. We look on the application of hydrogen for aviation and shipping, urban environment already mentioned, and integrated hydrogen energy systems, when the integration is not only about technical integration, but also economic and so on. You will see that we work on the full hydrogen chain at the university. And here you see the names of faculties working here, and you will count them, you will see that there are seven faculties working on hydrogen-related issue. Only one, industrial engineering, is not really involved. But it shows that the collaborative effort is really essential for our work. And shortly about the teams we defined in the hydrogen platform, that is the offshore production of hydrogen. We look on the offshore electrolysis and also in combination with floating wind, floating PVs. And we also have a research project to investigate how the hydrogen production can be done if we do this offshore in this centralized or decentralized way, just to include the electrolyzer by the production of wind. And there's look and the innovative designs and calculating how now the whole system should be defined, assuming that the transport of hydrogen is more or less 5 to 10 times less expensive as transport of electricity. Storage and distribution is a very, very important topic of research. Storage, transmission, I will say, and distribution also including the regulation and society. Shipping and aviation, a very important part of the research, looking with close collaboration, by the way, with the Airbus, looking at the hydrogen-based aviation. Urban environment, and that is actually the Green Village and part of the field lab of TU Delft. We look there in the experimental environment to what extent there is a future at the low system cost for urban environment. An integrated hydrogen energy system, we investigated that there, as said, the big chain of from production, transport, storage, distribution, and usage of hydrogen. One of the projects maybe I can mention, that is the so-called Cluster 6 project. There in the Netherlands we defined 5 big clusters which will be connected to the backbone of hydrogen, and the Cluster 6 industry is not really connected to the backbone, but the question is what are the other possibilities to provide hydrogen to them and to decarbonize. And there are many interesting research going on by the more than 1,000 researchers. One of them maybe I would like to mention, that is the Battleizer project, also may be used by the Poseidon project mentioned by our ambassador. And what is the Battleizer? That is an innovative concept developed by Professor Foucault Mulder, when the fully flexible electrolyzer contains battery, so that you can combine using batteries and producing hydrogen at the moments when there is a surplus of renewable energy. We are now in the stage also not only with the Poseidon project, but also with other energy companies to investigate the efficiency and social cost of using the Battleizer in our energy system. And also looking how it can be used when we will use ammonia as a medium for storage. And this type of activities we do in Delft. And having also students here in the room from the from the Faculty of Technology, Policy and Management, I would like to stress that looking at the energy transition, it is important not only look at the physical system and maybe the control cyber layer when we optimize and so on and control the system, by thinking and designing the market and policy institutions is so important. So having the framework to address this many dimensions is at once is necessary conditions. And comprehensive socio-technical system engineering is the answer, and tools, for example, the agent-based modeling, when we can use the modeling of the high technology and also modeling on institutions and rules and regulation. And when we look in this comprehensive socio-technical system engineering, it is also important to have the instruments to address the time dimension, so the time these elements are changing in the times, and mentioned the Shell project and changing the institutional context make not so easy to make investment decisions and so on. I would like to mention maybe a big national development that is called Groenvermogen NL, that is a governmental program supporting research on hydrogen-based energy transition with more than 800 million to green empowerment of the Dutch economy. And with the very interesting research programs, I highlighted the transport and storage because I am part of this. You will also see that in the important program that is space for the socio-economic aspect and implementations, that is what we also do in human capital agenda. That is a big part of our activities, how to stimulate the education and attract people to work in the energy business. Saying this, I would like to thank you very much and invite you to look at the website of the Technical University in Delft, and if required, to get in touch with us. That will be my pleasure. Thank you very much.
One question, if I may, and perhaps you can stand next to the microphone, then we will hear you better also throughout our digital domain. So you obviously have a wide range of fields that you study, but if you had resources to just significantly fund one research field to really accelerate the creation of hydrogen economy, what would it be and why?
I will say that is not possible to answer. Yeah, I don't know what I will do by. I will accelerate, I will invest in the research, how much better bring the institutional development with the technological development. What we see more and more that these are domains which are not connected together. And what we need to speed up the energy transition, to have institutions supporting this technological development, and also technology supporting the institution further. And we don't have clear research methods and clear ways to address them together. Bring institution and technology together, and this will speed up the energy transition.
Is there a question from the audience, ladies and gentlemen? There is one. Do we have a microphone also to ask the question? There's a gentleman there. Microphone is coming.
Yeah, thank you.
Why not working?
Technology.
Does it work? Yeah.
It's working.
Thank you very much for your very comprehensive overview. Dr. University Kari Raagma is my name, and local college here. We are in social science field. And I saw in your presentation interesting socio-technical engineer or socio-technical field. So would you describe the job of this kind of engineer who's dealing with social technology? What are the main tasks? Or if you take an example of this factory which is going to build in Pärnu, methanol factory, what kind of qualification we should provide them?
Yeah. I would like to invite you for the longer discussion during the break, so I will here only provide the short answer. When you think about the social acceptance, is, I will say, also not necessary to think about acceptance by customers, but also to think how the actors involved in the development can be supported. So you will do a lot of actor network analysis to support them to define the appropriate sequence of tasks when is somebody doing something and so on, and also to show what are the consequences if there are some changes in the interaction of networks and actors in the network. And one important actor, that is the society. In the same way, you will also investigate the interaction with the rest of the system. And with the instrumentarium I mentioned, the agent-based modeling, we can model the actors in the system, model the interaction between them, also the dynamic interaction sequence in time, and interaction with the technology. And in this way, we can observe how the system can emerge and how the system can evolve.
Thank you very much, Professor. An applause, ladies and gentlemen. Due to time constraints, we will have to leave further interaction with the professor and with all the following presentations. We have to leave more for the break, and I do ask for the next presenters to keep to the time limit of 15 minutes. Then we can actually afford a break. But I would still love to take your questions, ladies and gentlemen. That doesn't mean we can't take any. But our next speaker, let me start with this label here. Our next speaker is Professor Enn Lust from Tartu University, and he's a leading researcher in physical chemistry, specializing in advancements in hydrogen production and storage. Welcome him on the stage.
So good morning. Welcome to Estonia, to Pärnu. It's my very great pleasure to be here and to have a floor. Yes, and okay, yeah. And I am very thankful for the previous speaker. It was a very nice introduction of general view of what is happening in the field of this hydrogen and other modern technologies. So, okay, as usual. Okay. Why it's not working? Okay. So, I am working with hydrogen technologies since '77. It means that when I was a student, we used some electrolytic hydrogen to study the fundamental electrochemistry. And I am mainly educated as a fundamental electrochemist. And now we are doing a lot of material science studies because it was impossible to continue with fundamental electrochemical studies during this Estonian independence time when they came. So what we are doing now, we are developing some Center of Excellence in Science, Green Hydrogen and Sustainable Energy Technology Centers, what is started at this in January and it is finishing at 30. And we are developing small-scale complex energy generation, storage and application system for these individual houses or small villages and small campuses like it is in Chemicum. So we have the PVs. Now it is 150 kilowatts. Thereafter we are storing this. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay. Sorry. Okay. And we are using this at the worst to stabilize this pulsating electricity through the supercapacitors and sodium battery and or zinc-ion batteries combination. Thereafter, we are using this stabilized electricity to electrolyze some hydrogen. We have some 10 kilowatt PEM polymer membrane electrolysis system, and now we are storing this hydrogen into this thin film complex hydrogen systems, or just now we're using the compressed hydrogen, but what is our idea? We should like to have and test all these devices, what we are doing in studies and developing materials at the Tallinn Technical University, Institute of Chemistry, Institute of Physics, by our complex. It means that we are not using many industrial devices, but we are trying to use ourselves made devices to see how sustainable our materials, our devices are. So, and thereafter we started the studies of polymer membrane electrolyte fuel cells, and we completed some very nice devices. For example, these are supercapacitors with a capacitance 4,000 farads, completed at Tartu. And from Tartu University, the Estonian company Tartu Technologies, and now the skeleton, they are developing a bit different supercapacitors. They are based on these developments of this at 2005, what we did at Tartu Technologies. And now we are testing the fuel cells. We have completed probably the first autonomously driving car in the world, what was powered by the fuel cell and hydrogen, and the hydrogen has been produced by the Chemicum, as well as the fuel cell has been made at Chemicum. So we are developing some complex systems, and why we are using two types of materials, because there is materials what are working at the room temperature and higher temperatures up to 100 degrees, as well as high temperature devices from 500 to 800, because activation energy of Faraday processes depends on the temperature. And some systems like fuel cells and electrolysis, they are working more energy efficiently at high temperatures, but sometimes there are very complicated material science problems, and we should like to use some low temperature devices as well. Yeah, of course, we are trying to give our best all together with Estonian Energy and Enefit Power to produce or complete some materials what are working very effectively using this oil production gas. And there is, of course, complication with the contamination of these sulfur-containing systems inside of this gas. And next, what we are doing, actually we are studying three types of catalysts. We are studying some catalyst what is made from metals, or activated metal with nanoclusters and with different porosities, with different specific surface areas. So after we are using some non-metallic catalysts, carbon-based doped carbon materials, and now we are very soon are going to use some molecular modified catalyst for some oxygen reduction and some other synthesis problems. So, of course, if we are going to discuss about the Estonian problem, it is a very high production of this oil shale industry and power generation gases. But of course, these power stations cannot work regularly because the price of electricity is so low, and they have to pay some penalties. And now there is a very big problem how to clean this flue gas from these nitrogen-containing compounds, but mainly from the sulfur-containing compounds. And we are working just now with these problems. There are some solutions based on some very complex high entropy alloys and high entropy alloy-based hydrates, what can be used to clean some the industrial gases from these sulfur-containing compounds. So one thing what we are doing, it is we are trying to develop some hydrogen storage materials, explosion-free. It means that we are using some ultra-microporous carbons, and we are storing the hydrogen inside of these materials, and they are able to store even 2 times more hydrogen by weight than it is liquidified hydrogen. So they are very interesting materials, and now we are taking steps further. We are preparing some thin film complex metal hydrides, where the hydrogen is chemically bonded inside of these surface layers of these hydrates. And as the surface layers are very thin, the release and absorption of this hydrogen is very quick. And the main advantage is that we can use this for this automobile cars, for the buses and other small devices, and no explosion is impossible because there is no release of quickly hydrogen. So of course we are trying to give our best to work out some materials for the catalysis of electrochemical production of ammonia, but I am not going to discuss any more of this topic. And for us, it's more important and more interesting not to synthesize a methanol or methane, but we try to do something more chemicals, like different acids, like ethanol, like propanol, like ketones, like esters, and it's possible to do electrochemically using some electrode materials that are different, and using this electrode potential, we can selectively synthesize different organic compounds for chemical industry, for example. So, and it's, I am very sorry, it was a very complicated scheme. In any case, you can see the methanol is one of the very important intermediate products to prepare very many chemical reactants, like formaldehyde, like methyl acetate, like acetic acid, like other acids. And of course, this methanol can be used to prepare other fuels as well, as you like. But with this the part of this, the artificial fuels and other things are what we are not doing just now. We are thinking that the more valuable it is synthesize some more complicated chemicals like this. And what is interesting, there are possibilities to use some two-step reactions. And the first step, we are producing some syngas. It's a mixture of the CO, hydrogen, water vapor, and CO2. And then the next step is the other chemical reactor, electrochemical reactor, what we can prepare different alcohols, different carboxylic acids, and we can prepare even some gases like ethane, ethene. Ethene is very complicated, however, but we are trying to do this. But they are more expensive than the methanol or methane and other compounds. And what is more exotic? We can actually use electrochemical activation to prepare more complicated chemicals, like pharmaceutical raw products. We can introduce this CO2 to these organic and heteroaromatic chemical compounds to have very expensive reactants. And it is one of our detailed studies whether what we are doing, namely to make this CO2 business more valuable. And to summarize, at least we have in Tartu 4 to 5 subgroups who are working very intensively in different topics. We have some hydrogen storage materials development group led by Rasmus Palm. We have the polymer membrane fuel cell polymer membrane electrolysis subgroup led by Professor Jaak Nerut. And we have some AA capacitors, lithium-ion and sodium-ion batteries, and magnesium zinc-ion batteries subgroup led by Alar Jänes, and solid oxide fuel cells, solid oxide electrolysis group led by Gunnar Nurk. Yeah. So, to conclude, we are developing very intensively modern materials and very fundamental analysis methods. We are using to study these materials singleton radiation, operando electrochemical synchronous radiation systems, and we are looking what the reactions mechanisms are taking place at solid surfaces, and why these electrodes have been blocked with intermediates. And we are using some neutron scattering, small angle, quasi-angle neutron scattering to study the shape of pores. And the size and shape of pores is having very interesting influence on these characteristic relaxation times of supercaps and batteries. So thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Lust. Do we have any questions from the audience? I don't see a huge wave of hands. There is one. A microphone will be heading your way. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor. I have to say that the best part of your presentation that I could understood was the last slide, which was thank you for your attention. So I wish I could follow much better your explanation, but I couldn't.
I'm sorry.
My background is not in your field. I am, by the way, Antonio García del Riego from Spain, a member of the European Economic and Social Committee. My question is basically related to how do you get finance for this research, which I understand that is going to be critical for the development of the hydrogen industry in this region and in Europe, most likely. And number one, so the funding, and number two, whether you share these experiences and investigation with other universities around the globe.
Yes, of course.
To get the best practices out of what is already there, out of what is already available. So, and the third point, what would be your request to Brussels, being Brussels the capital of European regulation? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, the funding is came in very different sources. We have some Estonian state money. It is a Center of Excellence project, but financed mainly by the Estonian state money. So after we have 4 projects from the Ida-Virumaa õiglase ülemineku foundation.
The Just Transition Fund in
Ida-Virumaa.
Ida-Virumaa.
Okay, and there is a 4 project for the Institute of Chemistry. And we have 2 projects from this so-called TEMTA. It's financed mainly by the European Commission and the Estonian Ministry of Education and Science. And we have a lot of contracts, not a lot, we have some contracts with these Estonian companies like Elcogen. We have some common postdoctoral degree students, we have some financing there, and we have some contracts with H2 Electro. This is a company that is developing some fully ceramic materials for these electrolysers, high temperature electrolysers and high temperature fuel cells. And we have contracts with these hydrogen technology solutions, working with these low temperature electrolysers and materials devices. And we have completed different European Union scale horizon projects with starting with this University of Karlsruhe, Jülich Center, Imperial College London, and many times we came to the second round and we received even some small money for this European scale projects. But yes, we all this, what I said today, they are published in open access journals. So this you can follow it and you can maybe, I don't know what to say.
You can learn more chemistry to understand what Professor Lust was saying. I certainly felt the need to do so. Thank you very much, Professor. Next up, ladies and gentlemen, is Jan Willem Keuneman, Senior Business Developer at TNO, the Netherlands Organization for Applied Scientific Research. Mr. Keuneman has been instrumental in advancing sustainable energy solutions with a focus on the hydrogen sector. Now, Mr. Keuneman joins us online. Nevertheless, he will have a piece of paper on this podium. Welcome to the stage, Mr. Keuneman.
Well, thank you. And I'm sorry that I could not be there in Estonia because I'm stuck here at the beach, as you can see. If a ship comes by, I may run to have some smoke signals. I will start my presentation. There it is. Okay. Would you confirm that you're seeing my presentation right now? Yes, I guess I just go with it. So TNO is the largest research institute of the Netherlands. And within TNO, I'm leading a program on synthetic fuels and chemicals. So these are hydrogen derivatives that, well, the question was today to tell you something about that. When we talk about e-fuels or hydrogen derivatives, these are fuels made from air, water, and electricity. Why the air? Because from hydrogen itself, hydrogen is really, really important. But from hydrogen only, you can produce absolutely nothing. Hydrogen is a form of energy. You need something else to produce something from hydrogen. So with nitrogen from air, you can produce ammonia. From carbon that is captured from a stack or from direct air capture, you can produce intermediates like methanol or DME. So what TNO is doing in this way is developing the technology with which e-fuels can be converted from this captured CO2, air, and green hydrogen in one robust step, highly selective and highly efficient. Now, in the Netherlands, we can produce a lot of renewable power. And renewable power is dynamic. Sometimes you have a lot, sometimes you don't. So our production of these e-fuels or intermediates will be highly dynamic. Sometimes we will have to produce them if we have excess energy, and sometimes we don't. Ammonia is typical a hydrogen carrier, can be used as maritime fuel. Methanol and DME can also be used as maritime fuels or energy storage. Very important is to consider that these are not only hydrogen carriers, these are also carbon carriers. And in the future, when we have enough renewable electricity, or at least a lot of renewable electricity, hydrogen may be available, but we may have a shortage of carbon. So methanol and DME are very important, not only for hydrogen carrier, but also as carbon carrier. Now, in the Netherlands and Europe, we import a lot of fossil fuels, especially in the Netherlands, because we are the gateway to Europe with our big system of harbors and closely integrated chemical industry that stretch to Belgium and Germany. So when we are importing lots of energy now in the form of fossil oil, coal, or gas, in the future, hopefully, we will import intermediates that are produced in locations where the sun is shining more steadily, the wind is blowing more steadily, where there's lots of space available. And so it is cheaper to produce these e-fuels or intermediates. Now, an important part of what we are doing at TNO is actually looking, if we in the Netherlands and Europe receive these intermediates from other parts of the world, ammonia, methanol, DME. How could we connect that to industry? So, for example, we look at how could we directly combine ammonia with CO2 to produce syngas, which is then feedstock for future crops to make kerosene or naphtha. And the methanol or DME, how could we make an efficient system to convert this methanol to olefins or aromatics? And with these olefins or aromatics, we make the products we use every day, plastics, shoes, clothing, food wrapping. This is a really important industry which is nowadays completely dependent on fossil feedstock. And now a little bit about what TNO's expertise are. TNO is an applied research institute, so where universities are mostly more fundamental in their research. TNO is looking more at TRL levels 3 to 6 and 7. So actually taking the fundamental research, doing lab experiments, and then go from bench scale to pilot scale to a demonstration of the technology to make it ready for commercial applications. So you could separate the expertise in my department in, I think, two main blocks. One is process intensification. So we would like to develop processes and reactor technology which have higher conversions, which are higher selectivity, and thus also have higher efficiencies. Now I'll have an explanation and an example a little bit later. And process integration. So how could we combine processes, eliminate process steps, and reduce footprint and economy of scale? Now, the examples are, for example, the connection of a solid oxide electrolysis system with an advanced e-fuel productions to reach maximum efficiencies, because the solid oxide is most efficient when it receives heat, and e-fuel production is mostly exothermical, so it produces heat. And for example, we have a system called Clara, which is chemical looping, which integrates ammonia cracking with reverse water gas shift, so two processes in one to produce syngas from or carbon monoxide from ammonia and carbon dioxide. Now then, a little example. I have limited time, so I will give you one example, which is about DME. And I like DME because also normally I have to explain to people, what is DME? How do we know DME? Most people know ammonia and methanol. Now, DME we also know. DME is known as the propellant in hairspray and deodorants. So DME is quite safe. You may be spraying it on your head or under your armpits for decades. DME is non-toxic and it's easily liquefied. And as it is easily liquefied, it is the ideal replacement of LPG, propane, butane, because it's liquefied at approximately the same pressure. It can be used in the same equipment. So DME is excellent for off-grid energy. In addition, DME combusts like diesel. So therefore, it can be used in diesel engines, replacing diesel, and so for inland ships, for example. And last but not least, DME is dehydrated methanol. Dehydrated DME is ethylene. And when you take ethylene, it is a huge commodity, the biggest commodity for industry, but also an intermediate to, for example, aviation fuel. Now, as an example of what TNO is doing, let's look first at the black-gray part above. How is DME now produced in the Netherlands? So we have in the Netherlands natural gas, or at least we used to have a lot of natural gas. And we are reforming that, so we are oxidizing that to syngas. From syngas, we produce methanol, and from this big methanol factory, a little truck goes to a much smaller DME synthesis factory, and there we dehydrated methanol, and DME is produced and is sold to companies like Schwarzkopf, L'Oreal, the typical hairspray companies. If we want to make this more sustainable, we of course cut out the front end. So we take away the natural gas, and now we capture CO2. We make green hydrogen with renewable energy, and we have a process called reverse water gas shift to convert the CO2 into CO and syngas. And from that, the rest of the process is completely the same, but now sustainable. But couldn't we do a better job than this? And at TNO, we say, well, yes, we can. First, look at process integration. Let's take all these steps and let's all combine them in one step. So we have one DME synthesis step, we combine catalyst and we produce DME. Now, this is fantastic. We can use this as a much smaller scale, but there's a downside. If we do that, we see that we produce only 5% DME and 95% is unconverted and needs to be recycled. So we have a system which is going to be unnecessarily big because we are doing everything in one step. Why is that? That is because the reduction of CO2 produces water. All the oxygen which is taken out of the molecule is getting out as water. So if we want to produce DME, we are also producing 3 moles of water. It's an equilibrium reaction. So the reaction conversion is held back by the production of all this water. So if we have, you can see that if we are starting with CO2, we produce like 5 or 10% DME. If we start with CO, you produce less water, then it may be 40%. But we would like to do it better. And now we get to process intensification. We take a water adsorbent, mix it with the catalyst, and by taking all the water out during the reaction, we can improve this reaction to an efficiency of 85%. Only a little bit of unconverted CO is left, which is easily recycled. So this is an improvement of a factor 15, which is really considerable and which makes it possible to have efficient and robust DME production at smaller scales where you have renewable electricity and excess renewable electricity. So this is in fact a way of storing energy and storing hydrogen using CO2. And this is a process currently, this unit are built out. This is just the DME system at pilot scale at our location at TNO in Petten. We are building this out with the DME purification and the DME storage systems, and then this system is going to be applied at the energy research, at the energy transition campus in Amsterdam, and going to work downstream a biomass gasifier in France. And after that, we would like to transfer this beautiful technology to industry. Well, this was my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Do we have any questions from the audience, ladies and gentlemen? We do have a question. A microphone is heading your way. It's coming from the other direction this time. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. This is Imre Treufeld. I'm a chemist. So I noticed that so the process that you're describing is very good. You're actually capturing CO2 from the air, which of course is a difficult thing to do. There isn't any really good technology that does it. But suppose you can capture CO2 from the air efficiently and then combine this with hydrogen and produce these chemicals and produce e-fuels. And then when you burn these e-fuels, you produce CO2 again, right? So actually, ideally, what we want to do is, of course, reduce the CO2 emissions entirely so that we wouldn't release any CO2 into the atmosphere because we're already, we have too much CO2 already, right? The climate change is already happening too fast. So is there any prospect in developing technologies that would not release any CO2 from these e-fuels? Do you have any kind of e-fuels that would actually not produce any CO2 at all? Not just neutral, but actually like not producing any CO2.
Okay, so that is a good question. Thank you. This is why hydrogen is so popular, because if you burn hydrogen, you produce water and not CO2. I must say that like I said in the beginning, the problem with electricity or the problem with hydrogen is that it is very difficult and very costly to store and to take with you. So I would say that in the future, all transport, whereas everything which can be electric will be electric. And if it cannot be electric because you are not connected to the wall plug, you must take your energy with you and store it. And then batteries or hydrogen, you store things for a matter of hours or days or perhaps a week, but not for a season. So no storage for in summertime and uses in wintertime. That is too much energy, too much electricity, too much hydrogen to store in an economical way. Then e-fuels become important. Now, you have ammonia. Ammonia doesn't emit CO2 either because it has no C. But ammonia is also dangerous, so you would like to use it inland. Carbon is really important. If you look around you, all tangible things that you see, including yourself, everything contains carbon. If we take carbon from the air, and direct air capture is costing a lot of energy, is taking a lot of space. So I would say let's capture emissions from biogenic sources like our waste in the future or biomass residues from agriculture, for example. If you combine that carbon with hydrogen, you can produce e-fuels. Airplanes, typical off-grid ideas, they fly on kerosene. In 50 years from now, they will still fly on kerosene. Perhaps some drones or small business jets will be electric or propelled on hydrogen. But I really don't see an alternative for sustainable aviation if the fuel is not sustainable, and the fuel is kerosene. On ships, methanol and ammonia are logical alternatives for the heavy bunker fuel they're now using. Ammonia more for sea, ocean-faring ships. Methanol is easier because it's safer than ammonia. If you take the carbon from the air, then produce a fuel, and then release it again, indeed, upon use, then it is a short cycle, and then you're not adding carbon to the atmosphere. So I would say that is sustainable.
Thank you very much. I hope this answered your question.
Well, not entirely, because we need to remove CO2 from the air, not just keep it neutral. At this point, the climate change is going in a runaway reaction. So.
Yeah, then you have to produce. You have to store it in products or underground. That's the only way.
Thank you very much.
Capture the carbon and put it underground.
Thank you, Mr. Koeneman. As you all know, ladies and gentlemen, scientific breakthroughs take time, and apparently so do scientific presentations. We have spent a bit more time than originally planned for that, so I kindly ask you to take a bit of a shorter break than we perhaps had also agreed beforehand. But it's time for a break now, so let's meet back here in roughly 15 minutes to continue the discussion on the infrastructure needed for our hydrogen economy. Refreshments are available. Thank you very much. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break from excellent scientific presentations. I can only hope that the day will continue with presentations where you don't need a chemistry PhD. Not that I would have a problem with understanding anything that has been said on this stage before. I was excellent in chemistry, but but we will speak about infrastructure. And the next hour will give you several presentations on the opportunities and challenges Europe faces in the hydrogen economy on the perspective of infrastructure. And we will start with Thomas Paul Kopman, the director of Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners, a leading Danish investment firm specializing in renewable energy infrastructure. His work emphasizes the necessity of pipeline infrastructure for the rapid development of hydrogen, aiming to integrate offshore wind energy into Europe's hydrogen supply chain. Mr. Kopman, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. It's an honor for me to be able to speak about hydrogen and our views on hydrogen and an infrastructure project that we're working on here in the Baltic Sea region. Why is infrastructure for hydrogen so important these days? I believe that there are a couple of reasons, at least three. One of them, probably the most important one in this moment, is the European energy independence. We need, with the current political agenda, geopolitical situation, to be stronger on the energy independence side. I believe that we're leaving a period predominantly factored by globalization and moving into a period where Europe needs to have a stronger role and stronger independence on the energy agenda. Second point, access to cost-efficient hydrogen. As we've seen from the previous speakers, hydrogen is going to be a key element in the energy sector going forward. But getting there in a cost-efficient way is a very important element, and there hydrogen and hydrogen infrastructure is a key element. We also believe that the Nordic area is an area with very strong and cost-efficient renewable resources that can be a very important contribution into the European society in general. And then the last piece I have here is the unlocking of the hydrogen market. So I think, as everyone at this conference probably will appreciate, there's a lot of things going on in the hydrogen space. The hydrogen market is getting ready, but it has not really been launched yet. It's still stocking a bit in the starting blocks, as we have especially seen the last couple of months with some different ups and downs in the hydrogen space. So we need to basically find a way to launch and kickstart the hydrogen economy, and their infrastructure is a key element. And just to make a simple but I think very strong analogy, if you don't have the roads, customers will not buy cars. If customers will not buy cars, manufacturers will not develop cars. So it's a very important, the infrastructure piece is a very important element of this equation. Let me see if I can get this to work. Now it works. What is the objective of what we are trying to achieve? So with the project I'm presenting here today, we are Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners together with our partners Gas Grid Finland and Nordion, gas TSOs of Finland and Sweden respectively, working together in a cooperation with a German leading gas TSO on a connection between the Nordic countries and the German key market for hydrogen. And we are basically building a project where we are connecting not just the markets I mentioned, but also envisaging to connect the energy hubs that we foresee that will be created in the Baltic Sea region in the future. The vision with the project is basically to create a marketplace and create kickstart to the hydrogen economy, as I mentioned before, but also to unlock the very significant potential for renewable generation that we are seeing in this region. The project is today supported by the EU and on the PCI list. We have taken a look at the European market for hydrogen and where the hydrogen will come from in the future. We have worked on this analysis for the whole EU, basically modeling in a very detailed manner the energy markets of the future under different scenarios. We've done that not ourselves, but in joint cooperation with a Danish energy agency called EA Analysis and the Danish power and gas TSO Energinet. And as you can see in the middle graph on the slide here, our results are quite clear in the sense that we believe that hydrogen will be produced, or the hydrogen for Europe will be produced in Europe, and we believe that it will be mainly transported via pipelines around in Europe. We also believe that part of it will come from North Africa, but because of long distances, but also because of geopolitical risk, we believe that that will only be a smaller portion of it. And then we believe ammonia imports will be a small hydrogen component, or small component for the hydrogen economy. A lot of ammonia will be used as ammonia, but that will be not necessarily converted into hydrogen. When we then look at the left-hand side on the analysis here, it basically shows that when you look specifically in the regions of Sweden and Finland, we see that there is a very significant demand potential here, and we expect that the industry for hydrogen will be very important in those markets. But we also see that those markets have much greater potential to produce hydrogen in a cost-efficient way than what necessarily meets the local demands. So we also see an export potential in those markets. What is the BHC project? It is a project that basically stretches around 1,300 kilometers connecting the markets I mentioned before. The idea with the concept is basically to build a pipeline that enables not just the transport of energy between the markets as the demand and as the production will fluctuate, but it's also a bidirectional pipeline. Hence, basically meeting the point about being able to transport the hydrogen to where it's needed, when it's needed. We are also looking into a storage concept because, as mentioned by previous speakers, storage of hydrogen is a really key component. There's no clear solutions to this, and there we believe pipelines can play a role in that. Pipelines can play a role because it's possible to basically move the pressure up and down a little bit in the pipeline, and because of the massive dimensions of the pipeline that enables an element of storage capacity. We have done a significant and substantial round of feasibility work on this project together with our partners, and are now sort of looking into the next phase of the project. And in the next phase of the project, we're looking much at the commercial side of the project and how it can basically be commercially realized, because there's no doubt about that it's a challenge finding the right commercial solutions in this space. We believe that there are three areas that are key to make this project a success. One of them is obviously market dialogue and engagement with the customers. So basically figuring out who will be using the pipeline, when will the projects be available, and when can the project become commercially viable. We're also looking at funding options because, needless to say, funding is an important element of this. And with the growing, with the hydrogen market only starting off at a small scale, but with an expected significant and large growth, new funding options needs to be looked at. The Germans have, with their core grid, take some important and I think sort of leading steps in that direction. And that's obviously something that we have taken a close look at and are discussing with partners across the region, whether that can be also applied in a certain context. And then regulation is obviously an important element. There is no firm regulation implemented today for the hydrogen space and for the hydrogen transport infrastructure. So we obviously engagement with political stakeholders to sort of find the right regulation that is needed to enable this infrastructure going forward. that was in short my presentation for today. Happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. I would first hand over the floor for questions. So, ladies and gentlemen from the audience, do you have a question? I see a hand over there. Can we please put a microphone in that hand? Thank you.
Hello, Stephen Sepp from the Estonian Hydrogen Cluster. Do you see the recent cancelling of 13 offshore wind projects in Sweden having a significant impact on the project and general market development in the region as well?
Excellent question.
Thank you. That's a good question. Surely it will have some impact because it's taking away some of the production potential in the Baltic Sea region. But when we do the analysis we've done, and also the numbers you've seen up here, they are not. The offshore wind is not a kind of a key component to that. So I would say from our perspective, the impact is relatively minor. But obviously, because we're basically seeing that a lot of the potential is on the onshore side and also in other markets than Sweden.
Do we have any more questions, dear audience? Yes, we have one here, a microphone, and another one over there. A microphone, please. Go ahead, sir.
I'm Dumitru Forne. I'm from European Economic and Social Committee, from the profound side, people which doesn't know too much about hydrogen. Even I'm engineer. The question is related about internalization of the external cost of such technologies, and not only from energy consumptions and so on, and all the raw materials which are involved in the matter, but also from the security aspect, because you are in a region which is quite interesting. It is hydrogen dangerous to be used in civilian application with the technology that we have today? Thank you very much.
An interesting region we are indeed. Go ahead, sir.
I sort of take two key elements away from your question. One is around the infrastructure security, and then the other one is around hydrogen security. I think when we look at the infrastructure side and the risks tied to that, there are obviously some. We don't need to go long back in history to see examples of that. So that's obviously something that we're very aware of. But we are seeing that the project we are proposing is not necessarily more exposed than other solutions. Other solutions could be onshore solutions. They could be, in principle, just as exposed as offshore solutions. So one of the things we think, and this is also a shared view with some of our partners, is that one way to really ensure that Europe and the market does not become exposed to these risks is basically to make sure that there is enough redundant capacity. So multiple systems, multiple ways for the energy system to work. That is the only real strong solution to combat this risk. The other point you mentioned about hydrogen safety, I think one also needs to appreciate that hydrogen is not a new thing. We have been and are using hydrogen today in many applications, also on industrial scale. So it's been used at least the last 100 years plus in these types of applications. So there is already today a quite well established regime around the safety for hydrogen. But that's obviously something we need to make sure that is also included in projects like this and in continued build out and upscaling of the infrastructure.
And I have time for one short question. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, this is Imre Treufeld. So what is CIP, or Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners? What kind of organization?
Yeah, so we are a fund manager. That basically means that we raise funding predominantly from pension funds, institutional investors, and similar. And then we basically place that money in infrastructure projects. We are not focused just on pipelines and transmission infrastructure assets, but we also invest in generation assets and in manufacturing facilities, but focusing exclusively on renewables and green infrastructure.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koppen. Moving forward, I am pleased to welcome Ruta Balthauser from the European Commission, Directorate General for Energy, and she joins us online. Ms. Balthauser will discuss the importance of a well-planned regulatory framework to both attract and support investments in the hydrogen sector. Please welcome her virtually on the stage.
Good afternoon. I'm really glad to be here. So it's something but then I have to ask the organizers to share my slides, because if I share them from my screen, there are some parts of it cannot be seen. So I would like to start with point that actually I really like this conference. It really reminds me on what from one conversation I had 10 years ago. So, and that was about if there are two engineers talking about hydrogen every time you discover something new. And that is something which is definitely the case also today, even if, of course, a lot of developments have taken place during the last 10 years, and also the world has changed. But what I think that what the previous speakers said is really extremely important, and to see it, all of those aspects coming together, because what we need is technology development, but not only the technology development, but also deployment. So that is traditionally the weakness of the EU in general, and also of the region in the Baltic countries, for example. So at the same time, also what is absolutely necessary is sector integration, and getting the frameworks and investments actually taking place and coming actually there. And that's something where I think the specifics of the hydrogen sector is that we do not have a market today. We do not have cross-border infrastructure today. So there are the hydrogen is mainly produced on site. It's not really traded. And there are industrial pipelines, so which means there's experience also with hydrogen safety when it comes to a question which just was there just discussed. Safety, and this experience is also positive. There are not incidents actually taking place, and also that hydrogen de facto is not meant to be for our households. So this is not natural gas. So, nevertheless, what we need today is development of infrastructure, which is of a bigger scale. And also we have to develop cross-border markets. Maybe then if we could go to the first slide, it tells actually what has happened and why it has happened. Because what we have seen is that in 2021, before the Ukraine war, the Commission was coming forward with a proposal for a hydrogen and gas markets decarbonization package, because it was already at that time clear that gas market is changing, diverting qualities are coming in. It's not just about the pipelines and reverse flows for safety, but it was also about the increase of renewable energy, renewable gases like biomethane, and diversification of gases, and absolutely need to revise the existing framework. At the same time, what was absolutely necessary was to create a regulatory framework for hydrogen. So, because it was clear that hydrogen is still at the scalability was the next phase, and the specific of hydrogen is that indeed we have developed the regulatory framework market and infrastructure before this market development takes place, but at the same time it's absolutely necessary for the market and infrastructure to develop, because what we need is in a situation where renewable and low carbon hydrogen is still more expensive than fossil hydrogen. It's absolutely needed this cross-sectoral cooperation, which was mentioned by Professor Lusko. And we need technology solutions which are actually specific for the EU and which allow use of European sources for EU competitiveness, and that what was also was the Professor Lust was talking about. But at the same time, we need absolutely also the investment certainty, cross-sectoral regulation, and supply and demand certainty for the investments to take place, because one of what we see today is that costs for hydrogen projects do not go down as it was expected previously, of course, partly because of the electricity prices, but nevertheless also materials. And also what is the second point, which is also very worrying for the EU, is that also the EU is starting to lose the technological development advantages which was created in the past. So for example, when it comes to the electrolyzers, so and other countries are catching up or overtaking EU on that side. Therefore, this scientific breakthrough is needed in practice urgently. And then it was in addition to that, what we saw is in March in Repower EU in emergency regulations when they came in, they had also this impact on the regulatory framework development, because the need to diversify away from fossil fuels was a priority before, but absolutely diversify away from imports of fossil fuels from Russia became extreme urgency. And that remains in place. So it was very great to see all those discussions, co-legislators, also this role of the Economic and Social Committee, bringing together this some kind also reality check of industry and civil society in. And that is something which is now needed, is to implement it in a way that we do create those enabling framework. And on that, EU is really leading in the world. We should lead also in implementing them and getting those cross-sectoral cooperation in place. Then just what is important for everybody to know is that the transposition deadline is 2026. It's the time also when it's expected several projects, hydrogen projects, to come online, so that we have the framework there, and that's hopefully will also take place as quickly as possible. With the next slide, I think this session is focused on infrastructure, while the gas and hydrogen decarbonization package is about everything, including market development and infrastructure development and planning, but also about this bringing those all sectors together. So, and then this experience of gas market is, of course, what we need is the third-party access to infrastructure. We need a competition in the market. And the specific of hydrogen is that it's not natural gas in that way, that it can be literally produced everywhere. So everywhere where there's renewable energy, you can produce it. So what you need is development of markets, and EU is particularly interested in development of both EU markets and international markets to keep this competitiveness and access and security of supply and predictability of costs. So at the same time, when it comes to infrastructure, you have to let everybody in to make use of the infrastructure. It has to be taken then in a non-discriminatory way, and then this competition has to develop further in a make to necessary preconditions that cross-sector or cross-country infrastructure is really developed. So that experience of third-party access, unbundling of infrastructure from supply and demand, and cross-sectoral elements is something which has has also integrated in hydrogen. But of course, the fundamental differences are taken into account. So because hydrogen is not natural gas, supply-demand structure is different, is it absolutely necessary to use to make use of the natural gas infrastructure, which fits into it, while then by repurposing to use it for hydrogen, but also interconnection of electricity and hydrogen together, so that it's really focused on hydrogen pipelines as the most cost-efficient transportation way of hydrogen without energy losses, which are related to conversion. That is something which is the core of the package. But of course, what it's also what the negotiations of the package in the Council and Parliament also clearly demonstrated that its flexibility is needed. Because of course what we have today is either privately owned industrial pipelines for hydrogen, or then by gas grid operators operated natural gas pipelines that need to be repurposed. So, and that is something we have to bring together to develop a separate hydrogen market and infrastructure. At the same time, by taking into account the realities, is something which is also absolutely necessary for this flexibility in implementation. For the next slide, when it comes, when we go to the next slide, then it's clearly showing both the need to have separate infrastructure for natural gas, for infrastructure, for hydrogen and electricity, and distant casing. At the same time, it's needed to have it this integrated, and therefore the key features of the distribution level, national level, and European level network planning is first long-term, so 10 years development plans, which is known also from electricity and gas sector, but also cooperation between the distribution and networks and transmission networks to become actually one network. And what is for sector integration? There's common scenarios for electricity and then hydrogen. At the same time, there are this separate infrastructure plans and at distribution level, what is necessary also to take into account heating and cooling plants, and scenarios and modeling is needed to see which is the optimum for development. And I'm really glad to see today there are two regions meeting each other, which are most advanced in development of regional cooperation. So I think this Netherlands integration in Penta format at regional level and cooperation with the Baltic Sea region, which is the best known for cooperation on infrastructure and security supply in Europe. It's really great to see that it's meeting here today, and also not looking only on infrastructure, but also on production and development of ports and technologies putting in place in real life. That is really good to see today. For the next slide, I think that it's showing also this importance of new elements in planning, because what also many grid operators were not aware of was that actually you have to plan also the commissioning of pipelines. Because in the past, we could not have enough diversification of pipelines and sources and origin of natural gas. But today it's clear that this planning on the needs of pipelines, the uses of pipelines, not only for natural gas, but also for biomethane and also for hydrogen. That is something which has to be done in an orderly and predictable way. What is also clear that the structure of supply and demand is also changing, and sometimes what we see from in the European perspective is that infrastructure planning often does not actually look where the actual supply would be and where the actual demand would be. So therefore it's easy to look for infrastructure planning where is existing uses of natural gas, where member states are planning to replace natural gas by hydrogen. So, but at the same time, when it comes to the new uses, that is something, including for transport, for industry, and also that is something where it's absolutely important to look which pipelines will be necessary. And as you can see, the de facto what we see is that where we have those interconnections to those ports which would become some kind of part of receiving infrastructure of hydrogen, either in terms of ammonia and then cracking for to get it back to hydrogen. That would be still where you use it. So and where it's also when one day hydrogen can be transported in form of liquefied form. Then of course those pipelines which are to be repurposed, they are natural gas pipelines which are not used can be repurposed and should be repurposed because they are cheaper. But it's clearly that dedicated hydrogen network development is also necessary. Yeah, and also development of the use of existing natural gas pipelines also for carbon capture and storage. So for carbon transportation, that is the third factor, of course, in addition to that. I think that what is for the Baltic, when we go for the next slide, so which is actually the last one, is what was Mr. Kopman talking about is those hydrogen corridors which are to be part of trans-European energy infrastructure development. And that is something where we have those priority corridors, not only for electrolyzers, but also for hydrogen pipeline infrastructure. And BMIP hydrogen is one which is a corridor covering not only those two corridors which were Mr. Kopman then presented, so including connection between Sweden and Finland, which is the Nordic corridor, in addition to the Baltic Sea collector, which is pipeline development to Germany. But there's also this corridor for interconnection of Baltic countries, Finland, then in Estonia as well, in Latvia and Lithuania, also to Germany, which really is something which would be integrating Nordic and Baltic region into this development of hydrogen infrastructure. But that is something which is also to be seen also very clearly, that there are front runners in Europe in terms of planning and development of projects and infrastructure. And mostly those are countries which are looking for hydrogen in particular for the industry, it's including Netherlands and Germany. At the same time, than other regions in the EU, they are still looking for the ways either to supply themselves, probably not necessarily needed for interconnection to the other countries, while for security supply reasons it would be necessary. But also many countries are still just planning or thinking about development of hydrogen economy. Therefore, I think the development and planning of industry is to be essential part of the triangle, which means supply certainty, demand certainty, and transportation certainty, which all three has to come together for many investors to take the final investment decision, and that is something which is still to come in large parts of the EU. And what was also mentioned by Mr. Kopman is this possibility of the EU financing, as it was also the case for natural gas and electricity interconnection infrastructure in the Nordic and Baltic regions. But this is that for corridor, if these corridors are part of this list of projects of common interest, which is the case, still what is necessary also for the grid operators hydrogen grid operators to come together, to develop the planning, and also to agree on development of starting work on this development of infrastructure, because maturity of projects is one of the criteria for receiving the EU financing, while the label of PSIs is already improving the access to financing, but still, if the regions are interested in the EU financing for projects which might not necessarily be financially feasible without this support, for the benefit of cross-country connection, the grid operators have to come together to put their money together and plans so that it has to happen. That I would really wish for the Swedish-German interconnection, but also for connection of Baltic countries, because I'm also coming from Latvia, so I would love to see interconnection between between Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Germany and Netherlands, because that would combine strengths of both regions. Thank you very much for that. So I'm open for any questions, because I'm more involved also in technical work and very much interested in markets and technical discussions as well.
Thank you very much. I will take the first question from Slido. Is there any regulatory plans to harmonize the pipeline gas composition standards, which is essential for hydrogen exchange across the EU?
So natural gas quality, because we are talking about two options. The one is blending of hydrogen in the existing natural gas pipelines. And second is about dedicated hydrogen network. Both elements are covered in the gas and hydrogen package. And as you could see it in the first slide, there were at least 6 units in DG Energy and at least 4 other director generals involved in the development of this package to bring all those elements together. When it comes to hydrogen, when it's blended into the natural gas network, it is considered to be a natural gas infrastructure. And there, of course, there is a technical standard for gas quality, which is under revision. And there, the biggest problem is actually to get this variety of new qualities coming, of diverting qualities coming in. But their biggest problem is related to biomethane, because the natural gas operators do not really like oxygen in the pipelines, particularly because oxygen is not only bad for pipelines, but also for storages. But that is something where it is now trying to get it closer to realities, that actually the natural gas pipeline can take more biomethane. And in addition to that, the gas and hydrogen package has introduced this cross-border dispute settlement mechanism also because that is discussions between grid operators of the countries, but if they cannot reach an agreement, then regulatory authorities are coming in. So when it comes to dedicated hydrogen network, that is the core priority for the EU. What is because the blending of hydrogen into natural gas pipelines, there is obligation in the gas and hydrogen package that grid operators and at interconnection points must accept then hydrogen if it does not exceed 2% in a natural gas pipeline. At the national level, of course, it can be higher and different. It's a national matter, subsidiarity. But for cross-border, it's limited to 2%. And while for dedicated hydrogen network, So there's also what I'm also currently working on is development of technical standard for hydrogen quality in dedicated networks, which means without blending. And there are then also many points which were raised by other speakers, including Professor Lust, on fuel cells and so on. It's and safety. What was also a question of the representative economic and social quality are relevant. But there, I think what is interesting in that case is of course that hydrogen producers have to take care that it's not about oxygen and water coming in as impurity, and it's a question of infrastructure to keep this high quality once it is injected, and the sulfur and the carbon is critical. Also, that is a matter of when the pipelines are repurposed, but that is exactly where this broad involvement of stakeholders is absolutely necessary to get the optimum for the infrastructure development.
Thank you. I will take one question from the audience, and the microphone is headed your way.
Thank you very much. My name is Corina Murafa. I'm also a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I have two questions, but maybe I'll keep them very short, right? So first question is on hydrogen leakage. It's not from a safety perspective, but it's from an environmental perspective. And I agree with you on the fact that we have been producing hydrogen and using it in industrial applications for a long time with no significant environmental consequences. But science shows that if we start shipping around hydrogen on long distances through pipelines in transport, etc., leakage is a significant issue which actually contributes to global warming. And in some cases, if we're not talking about renewable hydrogen, even can be a more detrimental consequence than sticking to fossil fuels. So,
as we are running out of time, please phrase your question.
Yeah, how does the Commission intend to prevent hydrogen leakage if we are planning to have these huge pipes going across Europe transporting hydrogen from one place to the other? And the second question is around if you can comment on the fact that many member states in the European Union continue to invest in natural gas infrastructure, from CHPs to new pipelines to new distribution networks, in the hope that they will be one day hydrogen ready. For me, this seems like creating a lot of lock-in effects when it comes to continuing to use fossil fuels in the hope that someday a technological breakthrough will come through and we will transform those infrastructure into hydrogen-ready infrastructure. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Very, very shortly. So first, hydrogen leakage, that is something really a matter of both safety and environmental emissions. So this is also, therefore, detection of leakage is a very important part of this work, also from safety perspective. I think that there are also work ongoing on measurement of emissions. That is something where it's, of course, still more to be developed. But it's not only about hydrogen, it's also about methane emissions, where methane emissions are actually also part of the methane regulation, which means that it's definitely part of a regulatory framework. And then it's then also on technology development, because I think measurement of hydrogen emissions is something which is still to be proved. When it comes to our hydrogen-ready pipelines, it's very, very clear. If it's natural gas pipeline, it's natural gas pipeline. If it's we are at the European level, so when it comes to this, we are talking about repurposing, and repurposing is repurposing of a natural gas pipeline which is decommissioned, and to be repurposed for the purposes of transportation of pure hydrogen, so of high quality, of dedicated networks. And in such cases, for repurposing, where the pipelines are used for then to be hydrogen ready, they have to be for transporting hydrogen only by 2030, which means that the cleaning of the pipeline has to begin at least 5 years before.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and applause. We now turn to Kalle Kilk, the CEO of Elering Estonia's transmission system operator, to discuss the critical challenges of energy offtake, grid reinforcements, and developing a hydrogen backbone. Kalle, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. So, understanding perfectly well that I'm standing between you and the lunch, I will be quite astonishingly short. Focusing first on the first question is, why is Elering dealing with hydrogen? So being currently the transmission system operator of electricity and gas, in the future, of course, the hydrogen piping will be our business as well, but currently there is no denying we are looking at the issue from the perspective that those areas are interlinked strongly together in the future. Not so in current days in Estonia, because the electricity system can operate quite well without gas system, but in the future this is something we see that it is not possible to run the system any longer without having some additional help from the gaseous fuels. So, and the explanation comes here that we see that Estonian targets for renewable generation of electricity for 2030 is 100% based on yearly amount. So this in itself, it's really, as an engineer, it's not something which is very difficult to achieve. When we are connected to the huge network, then of course it's we all understand that at some moments we will be exporting, some moments there will be imports, but overall on average will be level. But then the question comes that if everyone else around us is doing the same, and we will have this 2040 target that all of the rest of the generation needs to be renewable as well, then what happens? And our understanding is that it's not possible to run the system in a way where there is no kind of gaseous energy carrier involved. Currently, it's the most obvious solution is, of course, natural gas. But looking further, we see that there has to be some non-fossil solution as well. So pretty much to the current knowing, there are two possible ways. Either it's biomethane or hydrogen, which is going to save the day. The picture here shows everything. This is the graph of electricity consumption, which is the black line here. And when we scale up existing solar and wind production in Estonia, this is an example of 1 month, 1 March, which is going to be in 2030. We see that at some points of time we will be producing almost 3 times more than we are consuming here in Estonia, and there are huge gaps in between when we are not producing enough. So from the economical point of view, it would be possible just to curtail the excess and just turn the wind turbines out of the wind, so to say. But still, it remains the question, what happens to the lack of electricity? And this is the part where we see that the previous slide actually is proven that we need something to fulfill those hours. And the question is not only about hours, but probably even about days. So the storage issues, currently everyone understands quite well that those couple of hours to store electricity, it's not really a huge issue. But it is an issue to store electricity for days and weeks. And we're not speaking here about seasonal storage. I think that probably in the future there is no need for seasonal storage, but still weekly storage. And the question is, okay, how do you do it? So another part of our, let's say, formula is the future generation facilities. So where they are situated and how much power we can transfer from those to the consumption areas. So here we are showing that in the future, as Estonian mainland is consuming most of the electricity, but still the production is going to be coming from mostly offshore areas, and building more and more lines into those areas just to transmit those intermittent volumes of energy. At some point it becomes too expensive. So putting this together with the previous information, so our understanding is that we need some kind of more interlinked gases and electricity systems in the future. And this is the reason why Elering is actually taking part into this common project of 6 countries. And the target is to create a pipeline of hydrogen from Finland through Baltic countries and Poland towards Germany. So I understand that the logic I do not need to explain. It's pretty much the same as Mr. Koopman was explaining, that there are areas in Europe that are, let's say, excess energy areas, and we are connecting them to the deficit areas. But for Estonia, I think the biggest advantage of being connected to this kind of transit project is that it creates opportunities, additional opportunities. Not only does it solve our security of supply issue, but it actually, like infrastructure has been usually evolving in the past in a very incremental way, that whenever there is some kind of place of supply and you connect it to the close by place of demand, and then you start to expand more supply, more demand, and you expand the infrastructure. Now, with this kind of approach, we're actually creating the picture on the other way around. So we are creating first the possibility of connecting those future demand and production sides together, and then actually this is the part which is different from all of the other experiences in the world for creating such huge infrastructures. And of course it creates challenges like financing and the business plans and so on. So it will not be really simple without some kind of additional mechanisms that today seem to be a bit, let's say, lacking. Maybe I will, just to be frank in my speech, just focus on the last slide, that what might be of interest to local market participants is that the time schedule itself for this project currently is we are heading into this pre-feasibility phase, where we are actually starting spatial planning procedures all around those 6 countries. And of course, as you know, in some countries those procedures are a bit longer, in some shorter, but in Estonia the current understanding is that we can fulfill those initial planning stages within 5 years and reach to the phase of making this actual financing and investment decision in 2030. And when we do that, then it's possible to have the pipe functioning in 2035. So, and this is fully, supporting our understanding about the future of energy transition. So we see that probably somewhere 2040, 2045, there will be already some kind of actual need for hydrogen in Estonia. So it's the best possible time schedule that we can actually hope for. Let's all keep fingers crossed that it will be a successful project. So at least from my side, it's a short overview of this project and some reasoning why Elering is doing it. So thank you. If you have any questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you have any questions? I see at least one hand up here, and the second microphone is heading your way. The gentleman is over there.
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I'm Javad Kapoor from Talltech Law School. My question is about this big pipeline project. Is it, although you said that it's in a very early stage of study, but is it going to be mainly repurposing the current natural gas infrastructure in Estonia, or this will be built from the beginning? And if it is for repurposing, is there any cost estimation? Because in the previous presentation, it was mentioned that between 10 to 35% will be the cost of repurposing compared to building the new pipeline. I don't know if that was based on a few case studies or not, or this was also involved in the European Union cost estimation or not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. as you noticed, this project involves 6 different countries, and there is a possibility, a slight possibility, that there are several options in other countries which are not existent in Estonia, but in Estonia it practically means that we have to build a totally new pipeline. So no possibilities to use. Of course, during the planning procedure, we are trying to exploit as much as possible the existing right-of-ways, whether it's those power lines or other gas pipes, but anyway, the pipe itself will be totally new.
Do we have more questions? Yes, there's one question right. The microphone is behind you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentation. I noticed the long horizon of this planning in your pipeline, in your timeline presentation. My question is related to the need to have a legal certainty in the future. The returns are going to be taking place in the very long future. So the importance of legal certainty, the importance of a stable legal environment, the importance of seeing or foreseeing that some countries could try to impose levies into the energy sector, as we are seeing already in certain European countries. So what is your view around those points? Thank you.
Yeah, those are one of those crucial issues which need to be solved within the next 5 years, I would presume. So the financing and also such kind of regulatory enablers. But since we are a transmission company, so we see that if it has been successful in other areas like natural gas and electricity, why cannot it be successful in hydrogen area as well? So.
Thank you very much, Kalle.
Thank you.
And Kalle, while you leave the stage, I have excellent news for you. You were not the one separating the audience from the lunch. We have a whole block between the audience and the lunch, and it's an extremely important one dedicated to environmental and social dimensions. So indeed, when we develop hydrogen and we want to scale those projects up, it is vital that we consider not only the technological and economic aspects, but also the social and environmental impacts. In this session, our speakers will discuss the importance of integrating socio-ecological criteria into hydrogen projects, ensuring that these initiatives promote sustainability, public engagement, and responsible practices. And over the next 45 minutes, ladies and gentlemen, the presentations will be short. This is something for the presenters to keep in mind as well. So over the next 45 minutes, we'll explore how we can build a hydrogen economy that's not only green, but also widely accepted. So let's begin with our first speaker, Thomas Kutnik from the European Economic and Social Committee.
So thank you so much for your kind introduction. Dear Mayor of Pärnu, Your Excellency, Dutch Ambassador, dear ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the invitation and the opportunity to speak to you on behalf of ESC. As you know, I'm a member of ESC, and as rapporteur, it's really a pleasure for me to share some parts of our opinion on hydrogen we adopted earlier this year. As you know, ESC is an institution of the European Union. We are representing the organized civil society from 3 perspectives: employers, workers, and civil society organizations, and try to bring in our expertise from the member states to the European legislation making. As I know, I'm allowed to use my mother tongue, German, so I ask you kindly to take your headphones, and I switch now into German. Ja, wie bereits des Öfteren heute im Vormittag auch gehört, verändert sich.
So as you already heard today, the world is changing, and we all hear how urgent this topic is. We have to find sustainable solutions in the view of climate change, and of course, for people in general, for the general public. Because if you look at these horrific floods that heavily hit people in Europe this summer and fall, we see that energy transition is absolutely necessary, and both economic as well as social damages and consequences do give us food for thought. So hydrogen is one opportunity here for the energy transition, but it also gives hope for the future so that we can operate in a more sustainable and resilient way and produce sustainable energy. It's a problem for everybody, but hydrogen is a key instrument for the energy transition so that the European Union can achieve its sustainable development goals. Now the road to the truly sustainable hydrogen use is quite complex. In order to succeed, in addition to the production and the infrastructure, we also need the social aspect to be considered. We talk a lot about production capacity, that we have to be able to scale up hydrogen use. And the EU has very ambitious goals, but in politics, we don't hear a lot about what are the environmental and social impacts, but these both have to be considered so that the hydrogen economy would be from the very start such that would allow good results to be achieved. And we also have to bear in mind social responsibility. It's not only a matter of financing, but the market has to be socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. There are various ways and systems in order to achieve this, and the question is not about technology, it's about people who are behind this technology. It's very important that for both gas and hydrogen would provide the jobs. We have to offer opportunities for job creation so that we would be able to achieve our goals. Hydrogen, of course, has an environmental impact as well as a social impact. For the production, we need energy. And for the industry, we need energy. And this energy might be lacking from some other sectors. What's more, it could be a problem for local communities. We need to bear in mind the spatial planning. And it's also possible to add and create value locally, but we must avoid a situation where local communities are exploited. So it's a matter of human rights, respecting them. So all these topics have to be considered in order to avoid negative impact, but also opposition from local communities. The European Union also has a role to play and has certain responsibility towards the countries who are our partners, because we have to make sure that there is a level playing field, equal opportunities. When we talk about how the European produced hydrogen will remain competitive, then the hydrogen coming and produced in third countries shouldn't compete with one another. It's very important to make sure that the production is climate neutral, whether we talk about local production or imported hydrogen power. We have to be able to know which are the sources where the hydrogen-based energy comes from and what is the specific method of production. We also have to know what are the working conditions. They have to be acceptable, proper conditions for working, wherever this hydrogen energy comes from. Last week, the European Commission adopted a delegated act proposing a uniform legal framework, a system where the carbon footprint of hydrogen power produced from non-fossil fuels would be considered. And it's very important also, in terms of financing. It's important that the production is transparent, because hydrogen economy has to be able to provide a level playing field, just and fair income, especially when we talk about importing hydrogen power from third countries. And this is why we have called for the European Hydrogen Bank to consider also sustainable and social fairness and equity. We also have to think about how to promote transparency in general, so that the consumers, the general public, would know whether it is a sustainable form of production. They have to be able to verify it. For that, we need a transparent documentation throughout the supply chain, in the production, in transport. And it's very important to have to have the trust from both the consumers as well as investors. Otherwise, we are not able to achieve our goals. However, there are several certification methods already there existing that we can rely on. So a high standard of the production of green hydrogen focuses on green hydrogen, but in addition to that, we also have state systems in place. For example, in Austria, we have Stuff Austria label for green hydrogen. And it means that the production of hydrogen is thoroughly checked and verified, so that we can be 100% sure that it comes from non-fossil renewable sources. It's also important to think about how these uniform standards, if they are not there yet in some countries, how can we promote them? How can we come up with a certification system for the European continent in order to avoid greenwashing and any kinds of distortions in competition? We could take a lead globally, so that the European Union would be able to design a sustainable hydrogen market. In order to lead in this sector, we need collaboration, we need to work with standardizing organizations. And to conclude, the European Hydrogen Bank could also be used as an instrument to promote the uptake, the production of green hydrogen in a socially responsible manner. It would mean that the hydrogen economy has a potential to reduce carbon emissions and to contribute to the sustainable production of energy. The European Union has a huge responsibility. We have to take the lead. We have to be able to do it in the European Union as well as internationally. And I cannot emphasize enough that the international collaboration is also very important, also setting up global standards, and also global standardization is something where the European Union could take the lead. So there are many challenges in front of us, but I believe that together we can tackle them. Thank you. And questions are welcome.
Thank you very much. We have time for a few questions. Ladies and gentlemen, do we have questions from the audience, or should I put forward a question on my own? There's a question over there. Can we provide this gentleman a microphone?
Thank you for your presentation. Actually, I want to ask about those standards and something like the guarantee of origin documents that is used for proving that hydrogen or any other energy sources are produced from renewable sources. Has there been any sort of impact assessment in order to understand that either it is understandable comprehensively by the public in order to assure them that that the hydrogen is especially produced from renewable energy sources? Has there been any impact assessment study by the European Commission in order to make it more effective, especially for and understandable for the public? Thank you.
Ja, vielen Dank für diese Frage.
Yes, many thanks for the question. As far as I know, there is no impact assessment carried out yet. The European Commission, or on the European level in general, it hasn't been analyzed, studied in that sense. But we do need good standards, and we need to rely on the best practices that can be found in our member states, so that the sense of security would be higher for the industry as well as for the societies. We have to make sure that the green hydrogen, that it can be used in a way that has a positive impact in both terms of environmentally as well as socially. And now, since we are setting up a brand new market, we have a chance to do it effectively.
If not, then I will ask one on my own. What strategies can enhance public engagement and acceptance of hydrogen technologies and thereby supporting successful implementation of projects? Because as we heard today, it's not that straightforward and easy, is it?
Ja, es ist eigentlich relativ einfach. Es geht
Yes, actually it can be quite easy. It's not about engaging with people, it's about buying, because we also sense that if people stand in front of new things, new experiences, new products, then there can be opposition and some struggles. We have to be transparent and we have to engage with people. And we in the AMSK, as the representatives of civil societies, we have published a lot of opinions highlighting how important it is to keep things transparent. We have plenty of examples, both nationally and internationally, successful examples where people were involved and they bought into these new ideas. But we also know that the right-wing extremists are gaining more popularity in Europe because they are very skeptical about the Green Deal and green transition, and we have to find ways how to overcome this opposition.
Our next speaker is Andrei Bele, who will discuss the importance of developing educational program to ensure continuous reskilling of the rapidly evolving hydrogen sector, and perhaps also educating moderators like myself to better understand of those big discussions that are ahead of all of us. So go ahead, Andrei.
Thank you very much. Well, what a challenge to educate such a brilliant moderator. I think it's the greatest challenge. Anyhow, skill development is indeed one of the most, I would say, important part of the economy. You know, for kind of couple of centuries, most of economists, so like classical economists, they focused on homo economicus, economic man, rational behavior, which is very valid because we all want to see supply, demand, price. But with the development of sociology and economic sociology, as well as institutional economics and so on, we saw a new term, which is homo sociologicus, which is also a known term. And by the way, when we are talking about climate change, what is climate? Climate is a public good. And the price to solve climate change issues is certainly an issue which relates to homo sociologicus, to our perception of what is actually the price to pay for a common good, which does not, by the way, deny the existence of economic limits to it. But let's leave this topic apart. But now there is a new term which emerges, which is called homo technologicus. We are all surrounded by technologies, and look how many of us are using the smartphones all the time. It's because we are genuinely homo technologicus, and we genuinely use more and more all these technologies. It also means that we have to develop skills in these technologies. Having said that, it's valid also for the renewable energies and renewable or new gases. We have to develop those skills to produce the actual technology, engineering skills, and as well as technicians, so those who will help us to operate these technologies. And the more you have the skills, the more you have a possibility to prosper as an economic society. As well as when your society is involved in developing the skills, the willingness to pay for costly energy transition will be also higher, because there is nothing worse than to hear that renewable energies and hydrogen produce millions of jobs, but sorry, all those jobs will be in China. That has to be produced by the societies in place. And I must say that the Baltic states, Baltic region is very well positioned in this, because they have good brains and historical legacy of very strong research institutes and universities. And there is also a new, let's say, business style training approach, which is, for example, observed by Novi Contas training centers that are established in Latvia and Estonia, and they are working specifically with those service companies who help to develop specialists, to prepare specialists who will operate with wind turbines, ensure safety operations, and so on. And eventually, this will be enlarged in scope to offshore wind as well. In Estonia, there is a Kuressaare Regional Center where a specific training program on offshore wind energy will be operating from 2025. And then there are other initiatives related to both onshore and offshore wind, and that's indeed a good news for a region. And by the way, unlike the Novi Contas training centers in Latvia and Estonia, Kuressaare Training Center used European Union funds, particularly European Social Fund, as a co-financing mechanism to launch their programs. And that's extremely important to understand where the European Union input is in developing this. And I think Professor Lutz mentioned it earlier this morning, similar European programs can be used within the Just Transition Fund. And in Estonia, there is one region which is eligible to the Just Transition, which is called Ida-Virumaa, at the northeast of the country. And they are also have plenty of enthusiasms in developing various schools, training centers, and even Sillemaa port plans to produce floating offshore wind. Which, I mean, in this region, floating offshore wind doesn't make much sense because waters are shallow, and floating offshore wind would not make much economic sense. But it's a good idea to gain your niche market in the business, because most of the non-floating standing offshore wind mills are produced in China already. So Europeans need to gain this niche market somehow. And Therefore, I find this perspective really interesting. With the hydrogen is more difficult. Why? Because there is no actual market, there is no actual demand for this. So therefore, it's way more challenging to attract private sector in a way how, for example, Novi Contas training centers developed, purely relying, even without the European money, on private sector. But we also can say that hydrogen programs can use such funds such as Just Transition or European Social Fund, but we have to bear in mind all these structures require an interaction first with the national authorities, then with the European authorities, so it basically creates quite a group of structure, quite a number of steps in transaction costs without a really big chance to get to the private sector. That becomes pretty difficult. However, still we have one, at least, initiative at the Taltech level, where the objective is to create kind of hub between attracting industry expertise, developing research and trainings. There is a project H2 Skills that involves Tallinn and Tartu cooperation. But again, the access to funds remains the biggest challenge. So to say, there is also Erasmus Plus program within the European Union, and it is actually used already by Hydrogen Europe to develop skills in hydrogen. And when you open their website, you see all these beautiful perspectives that can occur in case if hydrogen economy scales up. But after having communicated with the stakeholders involved in the project, you realize the following problem. Erasmus Plus, such of the scale as conducted by Hydrogen Europe, is very big. It's very big in money, but is even bigger in a number of participants. So after all, each participant doesn't have much money to develop really a new school or to hire new people, which is extremely important. Because always note that when a university gets 500,000 euros, for example, they have to deduce all the social taxes, and then you have something like 200,000 euros to hire somebody, and there you exclude all the profit taxes, that it's still going to be a brutto salary. And another challenge, which is probably even a bigger challenge, is that the quality control is very difficult to ensure when you have 40 members in one group. And in our era of the fast science, where researchers have to deal with hundreds of different tasks, that basically reduces the possibility to create basically a genuine program in a project. So a question, or let's say something like in between the question and proposal, that I would try to launch to those who are closer to the European institutions and to the European institutions as well, is that probably as long as we are wanting to prioritize the energy transition, we should have a specific program that is actually dedicated to the skills in energy transition. Without it, it's going to be extremely challenging to produce this Homo technologicus in Europe without risking to give to geopolitical competitors an advantage. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions, dear audience? Please raise your hand if you do. If you have posted something on Slido, we have a question here. You already have the microphone. Go ahead.
taking advantage of having the microphone. Just one quick question about your very interesting proposal on training. Has there been any study about the content of the courses that universities, training centers in Estonia or in a broader sense the Baltic states are providing relevant to the energy transition? Because it seems to me on a very, very intuitive perception that in many cases it is limited only to adding the term sustainability or something similar to the title of the courses and then teaching the same material. Thank you very much.
No, I don't think that it would be. Thank you, first of all, for your question. I would say that studies regarding European Union effectiveness in developing new skills are scarce, if not absent. And that's exactly a point which I tried to make during the presentation, is that rather than complicating the entry level to get the funds, put your resources on the exit level, on what is actually the output and how we can improve the output, how can we improve the quality control. No, you have to have new skills, and these skills require new people. For example, in hydrogen, you have to have, well, transport sector, let's look at it. You have fuel cells. Fuel cells imply a completely different engineering approach than would be internal combustion engine, for example. Then you need to have those engineers, or at least understanding of what is the fuel cells technology, because I personally don't have, and I cannot have, right? I would need to have a totally new education to get it, right? So you have to have people who are trained to understand it. And second, you have to have fuel cell operators, those who are technicians. And you have to develop these skills. You have to practically train new people. And that's why when we hear something like, okay, 1 million euros for a project, we understand for this 1 million, you don't train new people. You don't hire new people, and it's going to be very challenging without attracting private funds. Private funds would come, like in wind energy, when the market is there.
Any more questions, dear audience? If you have posted something on Slido, apologies, because there seems to be a little delay between the time that you post and I can actually read the question from Slido. But I have a hand up over here. The microphone will reach you.
So just if you can comment a little bit on how do you pace this reskilling and skilling, because the hydrogen economy is not yet here, and typically people from regions in transition like Ida Viru do not want to be reskilled for something that doesn't for something that doesn't exist yet because of uncertainty and waste of time and so on. So what comes first, the new hydrogen economy or the reskills, and how to make sure that the two go hand in hand at the same pace, more or less?
It's an extremely good question, tough one. I don't have an answer, frankly speaking, because we can play with different concepts, theories, how could it be better. I've been to Ida Viruma, discussed with stakeholders, and I would say there is a lot of opposition towards green transition in general, because what they say, we are losing jobs now. And you are proposing with your projects, with your ideas, with your theories, something which will come after 2030 at best, right? And then you don't have a support, a local support towards the green transition, right? So I don't have an answer to this, frankly speaking, and it's a good question. So it's a question that we have to bear in mind. We don't put a cart ahead of a horse. Yeah, and that's why I don't like saying something like, okay, let's close the old energies and let's open new ones. Without having the old energies, you don't develop new ones, because we have to have people, we have to have skills who can be reskilled, but they have to be employed in the meantime. Yeah, is what I learned, among others, in Ida Viruma. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Andrei.
Thank you.
I'm pleased to welcome on the stage Priit Ilomets, head of the Hydrogen Technologies Unit at Metrosert. Mr. Ilomets is a key figure in fostering collaboration between the stakeholders surrounding the hydrogen sector. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you. It appears that I am actually the one who is standing between you and lunch, so I will try to make it as brief as possible. And thank you for the previous speaker as well for these excellent points. One very important point was that really there has been a lot of groundwork laid in electrochemistry and hydrogen technology by Tartu University, and on this is possible to build a lot in Estonia. Let's see how this works as well. I represent a company called Metrosert, which is actually over 100 years old company. It's a national metrology institute. And earlier in the day, you heard from TNO and their stories and exploits. We could then be considered as a much smaller brother to TNO or Finnish VTT. Metrosert is also an accredited technical assessment body, and now from last year also there is a part, an applied research center, and I think altogether the best term to describe us would be a research technical organization. And what Metrosert does is about, first of all, metrology services, so all sorts of different calibrations, verification, all of this extremely relevant for let's say it's like a backbone of economy. However far, hydrogen hasn't really made it to this yet, to standardization or much of certification schemes, but soon it will have to come, so we need to be prepared for this. Metrosert also does precious metals analysis and, like I said, maintains the measurement standards. So one part is just elevating the production quality and efficiency, but why I am talking about hydrogen specifically is the Applied Research Center part. The story goes back over 8 years where Estonia, I think it was European Commission report that said that Estonia is missing a link in its innovation ecosystem. Companies such as VTT or TNO or let's say Denmark's GTS is what Metrosert is now modeled after. These are critical links, and it was a national one was missing. So Metrosert is owned by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Communications, and 5 different strategic fields were let's say sorted out from over 45 I think, yeah, or 44 different possible candidates or areas. And what was sorted out was 5 directions, one of them hydrogen technologies, but others biorefineries, drone technologies, autonomous vehicles, health data. So all of these as key strategic directions. The traditional Metrosert, what does is it supports, it has several different divisions. It supports development, implementation of like new technology through accurate measurements, but also develops reliable measurement processes. What division I want to focus on a little bit more is one is certification. What we do is a lot of different quality management systems and environmental management system certifications, and hopefully now can add also product development systems. I think this all sums it up in one scheme about the main activities of the traditional Metrosert. So like TNO, we would fall on technology readiness levels 5, 6, and 7, because universities cannot do absolutely everything. At one point, the scale becomes too big, so semi-industrial scale testing would be something that where we already move, let's say, where we step in. And of course, this needs very close collaboration with Tartu universities, also TalTech. There's a student groups there, like TIVO, KBFI, so Chemical and Biological Physics Institute. All of these academic institutions are extremely important to collaborate with as well. And like I said, these 5 directions are the ones that have been picked out at the moment, what we've been focusing on. As with any RTO, the focus is on research and development activities, so applied research, but also different technology transfer activities and commercialization, and supporting innovation. So what does this practically mean? Would be this year already, Tartu University hosted its 8th Hydrogen Day. Now that we organized together, then now this event we've helped organize, but the biggest event I believe of the year in Europe, well, I guess the only competitor is World Hydrogen Summit, is the next week's Hydrogen Week that is organized together with all 3 Baltic states. And in Estonia, there's a Hydrogen Association, a cluster, and Hydrogen Valley Estonia. Hydrogen Valley Estonia is like a public-private partnership aiming to link together the entire ecosystem. So I think all of these, let's say, partnerships or clusters are important for this, because anything cannot happen outside of a hub and outside of collaboration between academia, industry, government, SMEs. On the left here, as you see the planned services that we have, I think I'll run quickly through them just to save time. We would have lab scale testing of unit cells, so different electrolyzers of capacities, just tiny capacities, and then high temperature unit cells testing systems, but also on a slightly bigger scale would be testing on a semi-industrial scale. Then alkaline electrolyzers, you see on the right there, for example, an example from our partner, Stargate Hydrogen, and that's actually from Germany, the picture, ZSW. Their stack testing, and we will be investing around 5.5 million into laboratories, so capital expenditures. There will also be solid oxide fuel cell testing stations, and then we're planning also PEMs, and let's see how that will go. You already saw this is an indicative pipeline running through here. Won't be exactly that, of course. This will all in planning stage, but I wanted to put here the Estonian and also the next ones of Latvian and Lithuanian maps that will be on a very grand scale in the Hydrogen Week, where I hope many of you will also join. There's also possibility to join the reception at the Latvian embassy, and also our booth. We will host a booth party as well. So I know Ivers from Hydrogen Europe and also from Latvian Hydrogen Association. I don't know where you are, Ivers. He's also there. So we've been having weekly meetings so I put this in honor of you. We've been having weekly meetings with actually I think like 6 institutions to organize this all together and show that Baltic states together can be much more powerful. I think I can quote Anu Eslas here, who loves to say that even all Baltics together are still 1/4 of Poland. So we need to work together, otherwise it just won't work out. So if you want to hear anything about what do all of these little dots mean and all the projects for Estonia and for Latvia, Lithuania, then either contact me or come, even better yet, come next week. Thank you. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for a very timely presentation. We still have an opportunity for questions, ladies and gentlemen,
Yes.
but this is all taking a bit time from lunch, which
can't keep
okay,
people from
which
lunch.
Is okay by me. Dear friends, do you have any questions?
No, all clear.
What a coincidence. Well, I have one question to delay you all. What are the strategic priorities really for Metrosert's Hydrogen Technologies Unit in supporting this growth of the industry, and how do you plan to address those future technical challenges that inevitably arise with large-scale development?
Yeah, one thing is definitely to do it together with the partners, with the key companies that have grown out from this research. We have several companies in Estonia with their own deep tech, like intellectual property that belongs to them, deep tech companies. And the current strategy is to really start building all of these devices together. Not only that they sort of order a service from us, but we build the whole competence up from, let's say, from scratch. So inevitably there will be problems. I mean, I know very well from leading another applied research center, Center of Food and Fermentation Technologies, nothing comes fast, and it takes a lot of investment into actually collaborating with universities, really moving all your people through all the stages of growth, of masters, PhDs, postdocs, and so on. And from that, I see that we have several, in biorefinery field and in fermentation tech, we have now great startups that have come. But this hasn't come from like, from just popping out of the air. It has come from tens and tens of years of stable work. And this is the foundation. I mean, just need to embrace and tackle the challenges head on, I believe.
Thank you very much, Priit.
Thank you.
An applause, ladies and gentlemen. And I sincerely hope Priit will be available to answer your questions while you are enjoying lunch, because this is exactly what we are going to do now. A little note on the choreography of lunch. It is not served right outside. It is actually in the other wing of the building. Now, there are two ways to access it. One would mean that you would have to step outside in the harsh climate of November in Estonia, but this is probably the fastest way, so just step outside, go across the street and enter the hotel main door in the courtyard. The restaurant is served, lunch is served in the restaurant Not, so that it's right across the street. The alternative of not embracing yourself in the November climate of Estonia is to take the stairs or the elevator to the third floor and follow the signs across the corridor to the other side. There's a gallery connecting the two buildings. We will continue the discussions at 2 o'clock, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy lunch and all the discussions that go with it. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me well. I can hear myself better with the microphone on. I hope you had a great lunch and got to meet some new or familiar faces. Must be nice and fresh after lunch, ready to listen to some more excellent presentations. And we have quite a few for storage for you. So we're kicking off this afternoon with a session that's all about unlocking Estonia's potential in the hydrogen economy. And we're going to hear from industry leaders driving some of the country's biggest green projects. For instance, the green ammonia project in Paldiski, sustainable aviation fuel project in Narva, and e-methanol right here in Pärnu. So let's dive into what's happening on the ground here and in Estonia, and let's see how these projects are really shaping up to make an impact. It's my pleasure to introduce on the stage Erik Laidvee, the CEO of Derivaat NH3, who is leading a green ammonia project in Paldiski as Europe races to ramp up renewable hydrogen production. Mr. Laidvee will share his journey. So please welcome him on stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So several presenters before the lunch claimed that it's difficult to be a presenter before the lunch. I should say that it's even more difficult to be a presenter after the lunch. So, and in order to keep you awake, I will make my presentation in Estonian.
Lähen siis eesti keele.
I will move on over to Estonian. So we're talking about green ammonia project. So I will say a few words about the company itself. It's an Estonian-Dutch company. We've actively been involved with this project for 2 years, and the share capital is 2 million euros, and we develop ammonia projects in 2 locations. One is in Paldiski in the southern port, and the other that I will be telling you about today is 5 times bigger, a project that's 5 times bigger in Sillamäe. So today we'll focus on Paldiski, and here, not to waste any time, I will start introducing our project. Kasesarja Road 10 is the property where we have an agreement with Tallinn Port for 50 years planning. And the location is extremely important, as it also has a detailed plan that enables to build an ammonia plant. And it's also very important to notice that in the region, green energy manufacturing is quite common. They have the Enefit Green solar parks and wind parks and other developers who want to expand similar projects. And here we can see on the right-hand slide the red line that takes a direct connection from our property to Enefit Green substation, and the direct connection is very important because later on we'll be talking about various electricity current transfer fees, and here it's somewhere we can cut some costs. This is our plant's location plan. We have very good partners from the Ukrainian side. Chemical Technological Company is our technology company that we cooperate with in the technology installation of the ammonia plant. And we've also submitted a plant to patent our innovative technology in 157 countries. And the project will be prepared by Ukrainian company Chem Project. And why we picked them as our partners, firstly, it was procurement, but the second important detail was the experience that they have on an international level, in addition to various Ukrainian ammonia plants. So this is the 3D model of the plant. So these are not even drawings. This is exactly how it looks like. It has something that's called a PIM model, which can be taken into small parts, block by block, no matter which building, until the last bolt. Some photos just to show you what it looks like. Doesn't seem too much fun, but it's a manufacturing company, and it is important that it would be as compact as possible. Therefore, we are using equipment where we can fit them on various floors. Here you have the hydrogen manufacturing production unit and all, the floor plan. And where we are with the project at the moment, we have done the environment impact assessment, and that was performed by Hendrickson & Co. And we are ready to present it to the local government in order to for it to pass the last round of coordination. And after that, we will hopefully get a building permit. I didn't mention before that regarding the project, we have submitted an application for subsidiaries And fortunately, we received a positive reply last year from the Environmental Investment Center, who was willing to support us with 17 million euros. And the Paldiski project is said to cost 70.4 million euros. We have conducted 4 procurements, and we have signed 3 agreements. The 4th one is being coordinated, and we are currently going through the 5th procurement. And we have 2 new procurements for the construction party and for the management systems. So in that sense, we are very close to starting the construction work. Here, just getting ahead of myself here, I mentioned a few words about the company that's responsible for the project. So this drawing is an electrolyzer. It's a hydrogen production plant, and the electrolyzer supplier is Energy Bloom Corporation, who won the tender. We use SOEC type electrolyzers, and if you ask why this type, then that is because SOEC takes 25% less energy for producing the same amount of hydrogen compared to other traditional alkaline systems. Here you can see the timeline for the project, and as you can see, the green circle marks everything to do with the Environmental Investment Center support. I will say very openly that every bit of support for these green projects, CAPEX, OPEX projects, these are all very welcome, because everything that is green is expensive. And unfortunately, we are competing with grays and blues if we look at the sales later on. But if we come back to this scheme here, the timeline, how to put it, is very tense. And we need to get these electrolyzers and set them up by the 1st of June 2026. And we don't have much time left. It's ticking away mercilessly, and we need to start construction at the beginning of next year. Otherwise, we are not able to comply to the Environmental Investment Agency's requirements. But now we face an issue that has kind of hindered our process and has become a challenge, which is the green electricity price. We conducted a procurement including 10 companies for purchasing electricity. So we need long-term agreements for buying electricity, green electricity, and on the other side we need long-term agreements for our produce. And here we're talking about 5+5 long-term 10-year agreements. And when we began this, the preparations for this project, then we received offers from 3 main energy companies that were 2 times cheaper than in the current tender. So the electricity price here in Estonia has been an obstacle. And here on the graph, you can see that we received an offer from Finland. And this is the red column. And when you look at it, if you look at Estonian and Latvian prices in blue, this means that we have a considerable price difference. We're talking about 25 euros per megawatt hour, and this is just electricity. Soon we will get to other fees as well. And why is the electricity price so important? Is that green ammonia production, in producing it, 70% of the cost is from electricity. So that's why each euro matters. And here I have also highlighted traffic light system just to illustrate that if we talk about that we need energy voluminous projects in Estonia, then the truth here that applies to our company and also for a lot of other big production companies, that it should be between 40 to 50 euros per megawatt hour. Then we believe that everything will work. The manufacturing and consumption of electricity are both in balance. But today, the prices that were received, only Finland fits in the yellow bar. Estonia exceeds way over the red bar, so I didn't even want to highlight the Estonian prices. And what to do? If we add the additional fees, then the difference between Estonia and Finland is 35%. And this would mean, at least for our company, an annual additional cost of 7.3 million euros compared to if this plant was located in Finland. And now we are selling our ammonia both from Finland to Estonia, mostly for export. They end up in Rotterdam and the Rotterdam prices. And how do we compete with our Nordic neighbors? We're just trying to find a solution for that now. It's not easy, and therefore we've also added another block to our plant, which can be found here. And it's an electricity station plant, power station. And we were frequently asked, why are you not manufacturing electricity yourself? And we said there's enough companies who already do that. But now it turns out that perhaps it would make sense. And we are calculating and doing the feasibility studies. And before Christmas, we need to change our business plan and see whether the power station would also work for green hydrogen and ammonia. And this station would use 25% of the hydrogen, and we would also have the surplus during when the prices are low, and we'd also add land gas 75%, and we also want to participate in Ellering's frequency reserve tender and also to sell stock electricity, and that would balance the ammonia production and would make it acceptable for our own country. And here is the other option. We can run to Finland, Sweden, Norway. This is also an option, so both options are still on the table. And some ideas, I'm not saying that you will all agree with me, you definitely won't, but what is the solar and wind energy biggest default? I call it random electricity because we can only receive it when we have wind and sun, but we also previously saw situations where there are gaps and the plant should operate not up and down by using the start and stop button because it's not exactly a car engine. We would like to operate 24/7, 365 days a year. And this what our off-takers also want us to do because our buyers will be green value and maritime industries and solar industry. So they want a fixed amount. So we cannot tell them that we wanted to supply you with 22.5 tons, but because the electricity price was high, then you only get 5. So therefore we need conductible electricity production. And as we can see, EstLink 3 should be constructed as soon as possible, but in the best case scenario, this means in 10 years. We also need to consider that this will also increase the electricity prices in Finland if EstLink 3 will become operative, and therefore the Finns are not very interested. But another thing we can do would be our own measures So maybe I contradict myself. I say that every bit of support is important, every grant is important, but it cannot just be that you support an electricity producer and the expensive electricity must be then paid by the taxpayer at the end of the month, because energy hungry producers cannot compete with these prices that the grants are based on. And I'm very concerned about renewable energy fees. The prognosis that has been conducted that in Estonia consumption will be double in 10 years, it's incorrect. It's not true. And that means that the statement that renewable energy fees will not be increased is also incorrect. So we must get more manageable capacity into the market. And I'm not a nuclear plant friend myself. Perhaps I'm wrong here, but it's one of the solutions that has been discussed in Estonia and on a state level. And the law will hopefully be passed next year. But again, we will be best case scenario, even if the nuclear option will function in Estonia, it will be 2033. And then we should also look into what other countries are doing just to attract similar investments to us. We have state aid and other questions here, but every country supports large investments, and I also believe that we really need new investments. And I would like to emphasize that we have old plants that we need to keep, because today those for example, like Estonian cells and other large consumers, they are struggling to manage and compete on a world level because the electricity price input is too high. And based on that, we are also observing that we should have some sort of discounts on the renewable energy fees. We don't know where to set the limit, whether it's 80 kilowatt hours per annum or 50 or 80, we don't know, because it's 2% of Estonian consumption. If we add Sillamäe, then it's over 1 terawatt hour, so that would be 1/8 of Estonian electricity consumption. And unfortunately, we also found that energy sellers are interested in big consumers and long-term agreements. It's not the case. Unfortunately, it's incorrect. Electricity sellers are very cautious to these large consumers because they have had bitter experiences. And on the other side, it's difficult to find the argument why they should enter into these long-term agreements on much lower rates than what can be seen on the stock market. So one proposal for these producers is to look into the stability versus maximal profit. So I would like to conclude by saying that the project is still being developed. We are calculating the electricity production, and hopefully next year we will reach a point where we can begin construction. Thank you very much.
Suur tänu, Erik. Please don't leave the stage yet. Maybe we have questions, because it was a really intriguing presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, questions can be asked in English. That will make the interpreters' lives easier for sure. So please raise your hand if you have a question. No questions. We have a question here. So a microphone is heading your way. Sieltä poole. Professorile. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I will ask in Estonian, perhaps it's easier. If you have a direct connection with the wind and solar plants, then why do they keep charging you this expensive price, 85 euros per megawatt hour? What's the reason for asking that price?
About this direct connection, it's coming from solar and wind parks, and as I said, this is a random electricity, so we need a base load. And in order to get the base load, we have to get it from the grid with a green origin certificate. And it's actually making this more expensive, because then it's a grid transmission fee, which is approximately 12 euros per megawatt hour automatically on top. And of course, another fees and this special cost of additional investment of, let's say, grid companies, they have to make certain new investments for our project, because there is not enough capacity. And as it is for now, all these, let's say, plants who are willing to get additional power, they have to pay also for this additional investment for connections. So it makes it more expensive than this just purely, simply direct connections. We cannot get 100% out from this line.
If the floor doesn't have more questions, I will ask one myself. Given the importance of creating demand, how are you engaging potential off-takers in industries like agriculture or shipping to ensure a market for your green ammonia? Who are your customers?
Yes, idea was that our mother company, Nordic Stream Group, was supposed to be first off-taker of this green ammonia. Now our ferry project is still ongoing, but it's a little bit postponed due to this. Rail Baltic is postponed. So the aim is to start together with Rail Baltic. And that's why we found the new off-takers, which are, as I mentioned, fertilizer plants and traders. And basically, right now we see biggest interest from side of big traders, international traders, with whom we have already concluded, let's say, preliminary offtake agreements, but they have a certain price tag. And in order to match this price, offtake price, what is estimated by offtakers, we need to keep under control this electricity price.
I see a question in Slido. It's in Estonian, but I will try to make a rough translation myself. If you build a gas-powered electrical plant, then can you still claim that the final product is clean?
It will not, this electricity will not go back into our hydrogen plant. This is a trick. It will go either to the grid directly. We will, basically, we will be an energy seller. But this electricity we cannot consume in our green hydrogen production.
So it's just nice to have a power plant.
It's nice to have, and it will just bring this average electricity price down.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Laide.
Thank you.
Next up, ladies and gentlemen, we have Lars Frode Askeim, founder of Biojet, who is leading a project to produce sustainable aviation fuel in Narva. It's quite clear the aviation sector seeks greener alternatives, so I'm really interested to hear how this work is going. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you for having me here. Yes, we aim to do something exciting in Estonia. I run a company in Norway, and Biojet's initial idea was to convert woody biomass into sustainable aviation fuel, which is still the situation. But during the years behind us, we had ExxonMobil on board as shareholder in this company, and I'm really proud of that, of course. They wanted diesel, so in a short period of time, we were looking into the diesel as the final product as well. But nowadays, I acquired their shares, and I'm the sole owner of this company. So we are back on track, and biojet is the name, and biojet is the fuel produced from our future facilities. Yeah, so this is a picture of the initial source of all energy on Earth. And it has been a lot of focus on different, let's say, energy sources as a second step. It can be solar, it can be wind, and it can, of course, be bioenergy, which is combined storage and energy carrier, and hydropower, which we are used to in Norway. It's a little bit more tricky here in Estonia due to the elevations, but otherwise hydropower is absolutely a good energy source for us in Norway. Depending on where on Earth we are, and I have turned the globe 90 degrees, as you can see on the upper right corner. We have this solar curve over the year, and depending on where you are, you will have different irradiation to the globe. And for those who don't know it, I mentioned the forest as an energy storage. And it's less than 0.5% being adapted and stored on ground from the sun into the biomass. But due to the fact we do have those huge areas with woods and forests, this is a good source anyway. So what do we do actually in our plants? We are a developing company, so we do not have a facility up and running yet. But hopefully we will manage to build a facility or more. So we prefer to use the woody biomass as residues from the forestry. So we are not utilizing the pulp wood or saw wood, but the residues, as you can see at the upper left corner here, and convert it as kind of magic through a process, which I now will explain. But as you can see, Rolls-Royce, for instance, has tested such kind of fuel in their engines, and it runs perfectly well. So no strange with that. It is kerosene like we are used to from the fossil fuels. So that is the simple part of it. We're saying that we can use the infrastructure already established all over the world. So our fuel can easily substitute the fossil fuels. So if we try to explain our technology, which is not our technology, but it's a row of different licensors here, we gasify the woody material in a standard gasifier with a very low pressure and high temperature. And of course, we need to purify the synthesis gas into very, very high-grade synthesis gas H2CO in a mixture of 2 to 1. Is it a pointer here? This one, yeah. Look at this bottle. This is CO2, and I will revert to that box later on because it's important. As you can see, the metric volumes or mass of CO2 from a standard setup of such kind of production is equal to the feedstock entering the process. So when I am saying we are consuming approximately 1,000 dry tons of woody biomass each day, we also produce 1,000 metric tons CO2 each day, which can be utilized further. And this is important. Okay, a little bit faster. Yield is a key for the business, of course. And yield is measured as metric mass of products coming out of the process, measured out of the bone-dry metric tons of feedstock. And in our setup, we achieve approximately 22% yield of the feedstock, which is pretty good. I have studied several different technologies, and with this yield boost function, as we show here, we increase the potential from 17 approximately percent up to this 22. So that is one of our specialities here. Yeah. So what's important here for this audience? I think hydrogen is one key thing. We are not doing too much special about hydrogen today. The yield boost function lift up some hydrogen from water, but elsewhere, no additional hydrogen is being used yet. Instead, and I saw the previous presentation, they also have an ASU in their setup for ammonia. Why are we not neighbors? Because they are using the nitrogen. We are using the oxygen. So we should be adjacent to each other. That has been much better. But nevertheless, we do use, I will say, a very expensive way of producing oxygen, but it's the best way we can do it. As I said, CO2 is an output, and the biomass with the 22% yield comes from mostly the red half of the wood, the carbon. And at the end, this setup I showed you gives a return at the north side of 10%. So I think overall this is a good setup, but is it possible to improve the results? Oh yes. If we add another 200 megawatts approximately with the green electricity into this setup and use electrolyzers to split the water molecules, then we can skip this ASU, which consume or is the result of 15% of our OPEXs. That is from the ASU. I admit, yes, 200 megawatts of electricity isn't cheap, but wait. Then we can utilize the CO2 also with the hydrogen. And look at the 22%. What happens then? Well, we utilize most of the carbon from the wood. And what happens with the income? It will be doubled. And that is an affordable and very good solution, but we are not experts on electrolyzers. So in the beginning, we do not do this second step. We are using only the first step, as I presented. So where are we? Okay, we are in Norway, and we are looking into Estonia and Latvia and Sweden. And the first plant is planned at a Norwegian previous pulp mill location, close to Oslo, close to the airport, and very close to a harbor. So the utilities are in place, and as you can see at the map, we are there in the middle of the forest. And that was the reason why the pulp mill was there as well. So we do have access to the feedstock, which is target number one always when you are starting such kind of facility. But everything else is also in place. So we are renting a large location there, and we have been there for some years already. So when we're heading into a new market, what is the first we then are doing? Well, we are looking for feedstock. And when we are looking into the map of Estonia, it is covered by forests. And we had a very good assistance from Enterprise Estonia, of course, when we started this process here in Estonia. So they have been beside us all the way up to now. So feedstock and where to locate ourselves is of big importance. Forest or securing feedstock has been done by LOIs with different suppliers. 50% of the forests here in Estonia is owned by the state forest owner, RMK, so we are in good dialogue with them as well. Hopefully we will secure some of our feedstock through a process we are dealing with these days. The second we have to determine is, do we find cooling water? Okay, there are some rivers in Estonia, but not all of them are usable for us. We need a certain level of minimum flow in the river to avoid, let's say, too high increase of the temperature. So that will eliminate some of the potential locations we will look into. And of course, as you all know, electricity is crucial. And if you remember from the plant plot, we consume approximately 50 megawatts of electricity altogether. So then if we put all these three layers upon each other, then we end up in the upper right corner of Estonia, and that is the reason why we have selected Narva as a location. So now we are in good dialogue with Baltic Power and ST Energy. So that is very, very crucial for us to have such kind of agreement with them. So that is the Estonian side. So how to conclude all this? Okay, we have a plan for a good setup. We have access to the feedstock with the utilities needed. And what's next then? Okay, we want to be a part of the green transition. So what we plan to do in the future is to use the green energy producers, solar and wind, utilize the carbon dioxide together with hydrogen produced from this green electricity, and create a sustainable aviation industry together with the aviation industry themselves. So that was my aim here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Issues concerning forest are naturally very passionate in Estonia, and we have a question from Marek Strandberg via Slido. And the question is as follows. Estonia's official statistics tells us that starting from 2018, Estonian forests and farmland, the sources for biomass, will no longer bind carbon from the atmosphere. So the question is how the fuel created from such a carbon source and hydrogen can be called renewable.
Well, it's an interesting and good question, of course. In my head, I am a forest owner, and this forest has belonged to my family for several hundred years in Norway. And what I have learned and what I am doing, every time I cut a 100-year-old tree, I replant. And the average age of my forest is 50 years. So the next year I cut another 100-year-old tree and plant a new one. And that creates a sustainable forestry. So that is my answer. The balance of CO2 captured inside my forest and all the other forests will be in balance.
Do we have more questions from the audience here? We have a hand up over there. A microphone is on your way. Go ahead.
I don't know if it's working. From European Economic and Social Committee, I work on the refuel aviation opinion, and we discussed about safe aviation fuels. And that, we remember we've been some targets, 30% to 2040 and 63% 2050. How much do you think will represent your solution that you describe as part of this safe aviation fuels? Because in our discussion, we realized that a lot of these capacities are in the United States, are in Brazil, but not necessarily in Europe. So how much we can do in Europe based on this situation, trying to understand if hydrogen, again, it's safe for the aviation. But this is another question.
Yeah, I'm not talking about hydrogen as is, of course. SAF is hydrocarbons. If you're talking about this facility here in Estonia as an example, the production, when it's up and running at full capacity, we will produce more SAF than Tallinn Airport and the other airports here in Estonia consume in total. That is one example. It's opposite in Norway. We are flying too much there, so the consumption is a little bit higher. But nevertheless, it is possible to create something sustainable, and especially if you consider this CO2 utilization, then we double this production, and I think that is a very, very good idea together with hydrogen. So it's not one simple and single answer to your question. Today, the globe is utilizing most of the fatty acids and with the HVO, HEFA, etc. So it's nothing else we can do after 2030. Then we have to find new options. So either if it's eSAF, BioSAF, whatever else, I think it is possible to have a sustainable aviation industry, but we need to stick together and we need funding. I am seeking funds today, so that is of high importance to do. But I think that mankind will find good solutions to your questions.
One more question from Slido. You said that you will only use wood residues. How can this be guaranteed that no quality wood will be used in your process? And what happens if you run out of residues?
Very good question. It's a question about competition here, and it's pricing to the forest owners. So if I am not wrong, we will be competitive. Hopefully, depending on the others, but we are not allowed to use saw logs according to RED II, etc. So we have to follow the rules. If we run out of forest residues, yes, we can use low-grade energy wood, for instance, as a substitute or add-on.
Thank you very much. Have we exhausted all the questions from the audience?
You are sleeping now, after lunch.
One last question, and that's the final one we can afford to take. A microphone to that gentleman over there, please.
Thank you. Have you considered environmental complaints or fights, or because you are going to work with forest and with water? And second, what is the payback period? How many years are you going to, your plans, according to your plans, will you recover the investment made?
Yeah, first of all, if you're talking about environmental impact assessments, of course we are doing that. And for instance, in all European countries, you need to have this application in place, and you need a permit to build. And that covers all those environmental questions regarding cooling, regarding whatever. Also, when it comes to forestry, the certified forestry in this part of Europe follow all the rules regarding biogenic, the total system of the biosystem. So that is one part of the question. The second one was regarding payback time. Yeah. It depends on the price of the product later on, certainly. So if you are talking about, of course we will reinvest. So the lifetime of such a facility is 30 years, and we will certainly reinvest during the lifetime. So we'll do that. The payback time depends, of course, but let's say something between 15 years plus minus.
The legal certainty, the legal environment is going to be crucial to recover your investment in such a long period of time. So legal certainty is crucial. And number two, regarding coming back to your comment on the impacts, on environmental impacts, yeah, that is clear. But my question was mainly focused on the risk of having a change in the current environmental standards. That is something that you have considered?
Yeah, it is a political risk, always. And that is an investor's risk as well. So we cannot tell investors what will politicians do in the future. So unfortunately, but that is not only us, that's all kind of industry. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, this is all the time we have. Thank you. Joining us next is Claire Harris, Executive Vice President of Investments and Portfolio at Power2X, who's leading an e-methanol project right here in Pärnu. Without a further introduction, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Already introduced me, and it's great to be here in Pärnu. While some of our colleagues in the industry are sitting in Baku at COP, we are here gathered today. And I thought it would be worth remembering why we come together in conferences like this, as well as building this industry. It is currently today 9,180 days until 2050. So in 9,180 days, we will be in 2050. And that's the timeline we need to achieve carbon neutrality. So I'm really pleased to see so many people here on what I'm very passionate about as an important topic, and it's one of the reasons I joined Power2X. So let's, for some of you may not know Power2X, we're a relatively young company, founded about 4 years ago with an intent to accelerate industrial decarbonisation. Initially founded as an advisory company, consulting and advisory, with a number of people who joined from very large consultancies around the world, but relatively quickly realizing that there was a gap in projects because there were people who had good ideas and there were people who had money, and there are actually less people who are prepared to join those two together and actually build things. And so the company became a development company. So what is our scope? We actually work across the whole of the industrial decarbonisation spectrum. And you see here lots of different products: methanol, ammonia, chemicals, and sustainable aviation fuel. And we are aiming to decarbonise the sectors of industry that are the hardest to abate. So we are a group of people that really run towards the hardest things, and try and decarbonise sectors of industry like aviation, maritime, and actually heavy industry, which is where most of the emissions come from. So we think about here in Europe, our emissions, first of all, industry and chemicals is a huge proportion of the emissions, and particularly in the large industrial centres in Germany and in the Netherlands and the UK. But if we also look about maritime industry, at EU level, the maritime industry represents 3 to 4% of the EU's emissions. So decarbonising shipping, and shipping big here in the Baltics, is a huge contribution to reducing our emissions. Aviation, at the moment, 3 to 4% of the emissions. However, the aviation sector is growing very fast. And the problem with aviation is that the planes we travel in today will be flying for another 40 years, because once they finish flying customers, they move and fly cargo. And the problem is those engines don't change out, so you need fuels that can go into the existing engines, and decarbonising that, and indeed Lars Schroeder talked about that, sustainable aviation fuels are a big, big component of that. And then of all of these solutions, one of the reasons we're so excited about methanol is it's well, firstly, one of the most well-known, one of the oldest solutions, and one of the oldest types of chemical value chains. In fact, ancient Egyptians used methanol, which they got from wood pyrolysis. So it's not really new stuff. So then the thing about this industry is it's very capital intensive. It requires enormous amounts of capital to build these green molecule industries. So we're very lucky in Power-to-X to be supported by our main investor, who is the Canadian Pension Fund. So basically investing in and has the pensions of many of the Canadian citizens. And you can see here, it's a global investor with more than $400 billion of assets under management. And Power-to-X is the green molecule platform of the Canadian Pension Fund. We invest internationally across Europe and also have the mandate to invest in the United States and in Canada. But I'm here really focused on Europe and in particular, obviously, Estonia. So if we think about what are our types of investments, the other thing about these types of investments is they require a lot of capability. So although we're a very young company, actually we're not a very young team. We mostly come from large companies, so people who have reached a certain point in their career where they feel their skills can be used for other things. Myself, I just spent 30 years in Shell, where my last job was the Chief Supply Chain Officer before I left. And so many of us have come to this company to put our skills to use, and you can see most of my colleagues coming from large industrial companies and also a range of positions. We obviously bring together lots of international players. I'm from the UK, I live in the Netherlands, but most of my colleagues are from different European countries, also from America and Canada. So what's happening in the industry? I said earlier it's hard to abate sectors. I think you all know this in this audience, but it's not called hard to abate for nothing. And actually there's been quite a lot of negative news flow about this industry. So what's really going on in this industry? Well, first of all, despite the news, what we actually see when we analyze this is that the fundamentals of the industry remain strong. And that despite negative news flow, actually the industry keeps on growing. And the International Energy Agency has just published a report showing actually an increase in the number of FIDs, final investment decisions, in the last year. It is, however, really critical that we see government policy stable and supportive, because most of these investments take over a decade to recoup the large amount of capital that's needed. And so having confidence that you are investing and that there's stability is actually important. In some ways, it's more important to have stability than sometimes to have favorable legislation. When you have favorable legislation and you take it for granted and then it changes, it's more damaging than if you design for a legislation and then it stays stable. So that's something I think that we all can consider. The other thing is there's been a bit of a bubble in our industry. There's been a bit of hype, a lot of people announcing things that don't move forward. I think what we certainly believe is that realism is replacing optimism, and that actually only projects that have really strong fundamentals will actually go forward to success. So what are our projects? We have a number of projects that are not in the public domain, but I'll just touch on a few that are, and do a bit of a tour around Europe. So first of all, starting at the right-hand side, going south, where the sun shines, into Portugal, where we have a project called Medoca Power-to-X. It's a gigawatt scale ammonia, clean ammonia and hydrogen. It just won one of the European Hydrogen Bank subsidies for 245 million. But the project of this scale, you need to imagine well over $1.5 billion to build something like this. So this is, as I say, large scale ammonia, really, because Portugal has great fundamentals, great sunshine, great wind conditions. Moving to Spain, Erasmo Power-to-X, 650 megawatts of green hydrogen, again with clean products, sunshine, the solar resource being really critical there. I'll talk a bit more about Northwest Europe. So the problem with Holland, where I'm from, is that unfortunately you don't have the same sunshine that you do in Portugal and Spain. One of the reasons people like to get in the plane and go there. so the problem with Northwest Europe is that actually it is a huge demand center for green molecules, but you don't have the ability to make the green molecules locally from scratch because power is too expensive and you don't have the pulp and paper industry or the other big sources of biogenic CO2 always. We do have some biogenic CO2, but again, it's not a naturally easy place to make these things. And so typically what you need to do in Holland and Germany is you need to import the molecules. And that's what leads me to Pärnu. Because what we have here is resource, tremendous resources in both the Nordics and the Baltics, but let's talk here particularly around the biomass residue resource, so essentially waste from the forestry industry. And I think in the longer term future, the potential for green electrons is very significant in this region. And so you can see that you have a demand-hungry Northwest Europe, and you have around the edges in Iberia, the Nordics and the Baltics, tremendous resources to build an economy. You also have local economy that requires eventually to decarbonize. So I'll just touch on the Rotterdam project because I think it's relevant, because what that project does is it takes methanol from outside the Netherlands and converts it into sustainable aviation fuel. And that project will produce 250,000 tons per annum of sustainable aviation fuel. And that is 40% of the EU mandates. And we announced this project actually just a couple of weeks ago, well over $1 billion of investment in Rotterdam, large-scale tank storage and an e-methanol facility. Now, what this can do is it can take up to 750,000 tons per annum of green methanol and turns it into sustainable aviation fuel. So with that, as I say, it would deliver 40% of the EU mandate when it starts up, which obviously very, very critical if we are to meet the SAF mandates. This is probably going to be the largest SAF plant in the world when it will be built, and aiming to start up around 2030, around the turn of the decade. So if I come now to Pärnu, where we have similar industrial ambitions, here we talk about the methanol. And you can see here our intent is to convert 500,000 tons per year of sustainable biomass. And what do we mean by that? We mean residues. We mean the residue that cannot be used for other things, collect it and produce 500,000 tons per year of green methanol. Just to give you a sense of 100,000 tons, I was trying to explain this to my daughter, and she said, what is 500,000 tons? And I looked it up. It's about 100,000 elephants, just to give you a sense. Now, what would it take to build a plant like this, to get it operational by around the turn of the decade? It's about $1 billion, maybe more, of investment. And obviously, plants like this require an operational staff. So in general, you would need between 100 and 250 people to work in a plant like this on a steady basis, plus all of the maintenance and all of the other things that you need to run an industrial facility like this. So that's why we talk about 800 indirect jobs. That doesn't count all the other jobs that get created all over Europe with the supply chains that come from. You can imagine if you continue to grow a sustainable aviation industry, if you continue to grow green maritime here in the Baltics, that obviously attracts in itself industry. And rough calculations now, don't know whether these calculations will continue to be accurate, because I hope the Estonian GDP will grow from other things. But at the moment, if we would run the numbers, it's about 1.5% of GDP if we would be able to do it. So if you look here and I think you know the geography better than me, but just to see how it fits in with Estonia nationally, obviously making methanol locally means that you can provide into the maritime industry, but more importantly into chemicals. So methanol is one of the feedstocks that goes into chemicals, and green chemicals in particular, as people want to have green plastics or green, all types of chemicals. Obviously, green methanol is one of the feedstocks. And obviously, from a local biomass point of view, it means that the biomass residues are being used locally within Estonia rather than being exported for example, in pellets. And that's an industry which, the pellet industry requires power stations in other countries to continue to operate. And I think that is something that in the longer term we have to think may not be fully sustainable. If you come really locally into Pärnu, you can see here why do we like the location here? One of the reasons is because we're very close to the deep sea harbour, existing railway, and so you can use existing infrastructure. Already building a large project like this is quite difficult, so if you have to build all of the infrastructure as well, it becomes even more difficult. So whenever we can use existing infrastructure, we like to do that, and there's obviously good logistics at the heart of the biomass industry already existing, so a lot of the ingredients are there. Ultimately, Rail Baltica will be valuable to a project like this because it will enable you to transport the methanol more widely. And of course, the Baltic hydrogen pipeline, which we heard about earlier, also valuable. But fundamentally, the project works more because of the local conditions here. Where are we in the project? So it takes a lot of work to get something like this over the line. And I like to think of it, if you think about the top line, it looks like relatively calm, these phases, not much to see. It's like a duck on the water, not really much to see, but under the water, it's frantically paddling, and that's what's happening for our team. They are frantically paddling. So doing all of this work to get the project to have startup around the turn of the decade. And you can see here the type of things that are going on. One of the critical things is really feedstock. So the confidence that you actually do have access to the residue over the time period to make that large investment, but also doing all the technical work to start making sure your engineering and design is correct, your offtake is correct. Now, obviously, in Rotterdam, we are already planning a large methanol offtake anyway, but more broadly, we are across Europe and internationally sourcing methanol. So that's one of the other areas. And so, I talk a lot about slides, and you've seen the slides. Really, this doesn't get exciting until you actually start to build it and to see this come to fruition. And that's very much what we want to do. But it's not just us as a company doing this. There's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child. And it does. To get a large industrial project like this off the ground, it takes effort from many, many players. Locals, international finance, legislative support, government support, the EU, the customers, the suppliers, the supply chain, so a tremendous effort will be needed to get this by the end of the decade, but we believe it's very much possible, and so that's what we're here to do. With that, I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. We do have a few questions. One coming from Slido, and it is a question that keeps coming back. Again, from Marek Strandberg. Are you convinced that it is possible to make the so-called renewable fuel from Estonian wood? Again, putting it into the same context that statistically Estonian forests no longer bind carbon dioxide.
Yeah, so firstly, I don't know the exact statistics you're talking about, and there's a lot of different sources on the internet talking about whether forests do or don't bind carbon. And in fact, I think something was published in some of the UK press recently that said they didn't, but then when you read into it, you realise that it's actually because somebody's done the maths related to how many forest fires there are, and saying that because of the forest fires, you are sequestering less carbon in global forests. I don't know if that's what's
it's lots of calculations with cooperation with the EU in Estonia.
Okay.
So not so much forest fires, but intensive forestry.
Okay, so I think that is one aspect, but if we think about the role that wood plays in decarbonisation more broadly, I think we will find that forests will be an incredibly important part of future decarbonisation. So if we think about, for example, I don't know if you saw the news recently that Microsoft are now building data centres using cross-laminated timber instead of steel and concrete because they are much lighter and they use less building materials. And so as a consequence, they've managed a 35% reduction in emissions from the steel and 65% reduction from the concrete by using cross-laminated timber. So just by using wood as a building material, you also see a reduction in carbon. Now, the trouble is with timber is you get waste. So that is what we are trying to do, is to make sure you have a fully circular biomass economy where whatever you are producing, you are using all of the tree. And so that's really why we focus on the waste streams. Yeah.
Another question from Slido. The argument that the methanol production will create jobs in Pärnu is critical because there is already now a lack of skilled labor in Estonia. What will be your contribution to training and skilling or possibly reskilling the labor? Or are you planning to recruit the workforce from somewhere else?
It's a really great question. So a plant like this needs resources that work over many decades. So actually, in the beginning, often you need to bring people who have experience of operating plants like this. So if there are people, typically what we would do is already when we take the final investment decision on something like this, it takes maybe a few years to build it. And so you're already starting to train people who will work on the plant. What we also find when we do large developments like this, and I was involved in one that is about to start up in Canada, is that people who live in the town see the development and then think about doing other types of skills. So what you start to see is that people in school will look and see, oh, I could work there. I will therefore train to be a lawyer because maybe I can work there. And then actually they go and study law and they realize they want to do other things as well. So what you see is not just the jobs in the town. You see that people aspire and kids get more interested in learning trades. So I think we would hope to be able to be very involved in skilling up children and people and potentially reskilling people. But also we would expect to see a general lift in the local environment as well.
More questions from the audience. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. Good, works. Thank you. Imre Dreufeld here. So this is in terms of the feasibility of the business itself. You said that you will be able to acquire about 500,000 tons of biomass residue per year. How much of biomass residue is produced every year in this country? Like, I'm sure you did the market.
Yeah, so to do the maths, it's about 1 million cubes of biomass residue needed.
Oh, because it's 1 million cubic meters.
It's 1 million cubic meters.
How much is actually produced in the country?
It's about 12 million.
12 million.
Let me just look at my team, because I think I got that right. Yeah, they're nodding. 12 million. That's what it needs. Yeah.
Wait, hold on. So 12 million is the total amount of timber that's been cut every year. How much of it is actually the residue that you can use?
I'm going to ask Peter to. Peter's talking on this in the next slot. Do you want to, Peter? Do you want to give all the details, or do you want to wait till the next slot? What would you prefer? Yeah,
well, I mean, let's answer this question quickly and then move on with the panel. Okay?
No, look. So it really is depending on the specific developments. And individual forest developments will all have different yields, different amounts of cuttings, tops, bark, and leaves. So the analysis we do is in the collaboration with a couple of forest owners, with RMK together, and a couple of traders here in the neighborhood. The exact number, I'm going to keep that as my number because we do the work to be competitive and to win. Very sorry. But we will take approximately 10 to 15% of that volume that is available. So that means you could do 8 more of us and you'd be fine. But of course, there is already value chains already doing something with it today. So we're keenly looking at Fibenol and other initiatives that are very specifically going into into birch. And they are much less tolerant, for example, to having those cuttings and leaves and branches included. So this is not a simple puzzle, and that's why I'm not giving you a number. First, it's my work, and we invested in that. And second, you can undo the puzzle really easily if you don't see all the pieces. So happily to take a discussion offline, but it's about 10 to 15% of what's around.
Okay. Thank you. Do we have more questions for Claire? Because we are already moving in the panel area here, but I will take one last question from the audience if there's someone. Okay. Professor, can we get a microphone? Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. What is the optimal distance to transport your residuals to Pärnu? It is 100 kilometers, 150 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. What is the optimal distance for transports to Pärnu?
Great question. So road transport.
Right.
Yeah, so the analysis we have done is really based on taking a maximum limit of 50 to 80 kilometers. You don't want to transport much more because your carbon emissions go up. And this is why we're not in Sweden, but we're here.
Right.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons we are so interested to be here, because of the location. Yeah, thank you.
Claire, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Let's move on with the panel. Dear friends, indeed, we're now moving forward with the panel discussion, and we will take into focus the questions that are the most passionate, being local value, and really what do we need to enable a clean energy offtake. Now, this session will explore the economic, environmental, and also the community impacts of those clean energy projects, and particularly in regions like Pärnu here. Now, our panelists will address questions about how green hydrogen projects can drive local employment, sustainability, while also navigating the community involvement and infrastructure challenges. And each of the speakers will first start with a brief presentation, 2 to 3 minutes max, to have time for an actual discussion, and then we will move on with the conversation on the stage. Allow me to introduce our esteemed panelists. When you hear your name, please come and take a seat. I believe this one is reserved for me, but you're welcome to choose whichever you prefer. So first, Rene Tammist, CEO of Utilitas Wind. Kaupo Läänerand, Undersecretary in the Estonian Ministry of Climate. Mirjam Helena Eermaa, Deputy Head of Global Business Development at Invest Estonia. Peter Dahmen, who you already met on the stage, Vice President of Power2X. And I'm still Johannes. I will sit here. So let's begin with Rene. Rene, you're obviously developing wind projects. How are you doing? Give us a brief overview, 2 to 3 minutes. What's going on?
Yes, pleasure to be here. Thanks to all the organizers. It's been a really fascinating day today. Just a few words about Utilitas as a group and Utilitas Wind specifically. So we are a regional energy player operating various assets in Estonia, Latvia, and building one in partnership in Lithuania. Primarily, we've been focused in the past on district heating here in Estonia, are the largest district heating providers, and therefore we also operate several CHP plants in Tallinn, Paide, Valga, and now moving in the last few years away from just solely focusing on district heating into more renewable electricity generation assets, wind parks, solar storage assets as well, operating a few wind parks in Estonia and Latvia, and then just a week ago opened the largest privately financed battery park in the Baltic states in Latvia next to our Targale wind park. We have a quite a significant pipeline of various developments specifically in the onshore wind domain, and they are nearing to ready to build stages in many instances. On top of that, we are developing here in Estonia offshore wind park, and this is perhaps where the focus in vis-à-vis to today's discussion is more related. At the moment, we are just finalizing our environmental impact assessment, have completed all the respective studies, and are to be submit the assessment to the authorities and for public discussions. In a half a year, we hope to start also permitting phase, and after that, all design phase, and then hopefully we reach to FID in the near future. So that's where we are with the project at the moment.
Do you have a date when your first offshore park will be operational?
Well, this is a moving target somewhat, so we are continuing our efforts with full speed ahead. But of course, the big puzzle is supply chain, which is to be figured out. And of course, offtake financing, so it's a huge investment in the range to 2 to 3 billion euros. The Baltic states so far don't have experience with offshore wind parks, so the entire local infrastructure supply chain needs to be built out, and this is a huge challenge, not only for us as a company, but for the country or region as a whole.
Kaupo, I didn't get a date there, so I hope everything's still on calendar. Let's see how it goes. But Kaupo, well, you obviously play a crucial role in decarbonizing marine transport, looking things from the ministry side at least. So how are things going? How's cooperation with international partners, with all the regulations needed to make the market work?
Yeah, thank you. Great to be here. So basically, we are doing well. When to talk how I ended up in the ministry, then the story is never say never, because when I was working in international shipping, building artificial islands, working on board tankers, I said only private sector, no public sector. Then I ended up being head of Coast Guard fleet. Then I met with a lot of ministerial level strategic players in my work and tried to sell the ideas. Hey, we will be much more competitive when we do this, offered some ideas. Sometimes they listen, sometimes not. So
you know how they feel now?
Yeah.
When they knock on your door.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, I'm never going to work in ministry. So,
glad you're here.
So then I ended up in the ministry. And yeah, it's great chance. I think we have fantastic private sector, very competitive in all fields of blue economy, and with great potential. And let's say I'm trying to bring this private sector, international organizations, and ministry more closer to each other, not playing in the different silos. So a lot of strategic projects to be done for that. For example, we created the Estonian State Fleet Agency. One of the aims was that we need some competency center from government side to be able to build ships on green technologies. No use to do it on the different organizations. A lot of ships are being built. Maybe I can open up later, or being built to decarbonize, and let's say the different projects and initiatives to, let's say, we see our position from Ministry as being enabler from regulatory framework, of course. European Union framework and International Maritime Organization framework are, the argumentations and dialogue is not always so easy, but we try to stand for as maximum as possible to get the Estonian role as a strong competitive maritime nation. So basically, yeah, a lot of initiatives are going on to protect the competitiveness and to decarbonize the sector.
Right, thank you. Miriam, you're the deputy head of global business development at Invest Estonia. Did you invite Peter here?
More or less. We're glad you're here.
You're responsible for the fact that he's here.
I can't take the whole responsibility. No,
You
actually,
played a
no.
role, at least. You exchanged some emails.
We have exchanged some emails, and we've seen each other in Estonia. Yeah.
So tell us a bit what you're doing and what other investments can we expect in Estonia in the field of hydrogen, except for what Peter obviously represents here.
So what we do is, particularly at the Estonian investment agencies, that we advise foreign investors in finding business opportunities in Estonia. And what we've seen recently is a very much increased interest towards all the resources that Estonia has. Of course, we are seeking more to attract high value-added investments that would increase, that would actually incorporate the companies inside of the value chain, inside the whole value chain in Estonia, but also to, of course, give to Estonian companies the ability to cooperate with the foreign investors as well. So when we talk, of course, I can't name all the investments that are still in our
Maybe
pipeline.
just a few?
A few?
One or two?
Maybe you will see in the future once they make their investment decisions which one of those they are. But of course, the foreign investors or foreign companies and abroad see a lot of potential here, and that kind of sparks their eyes as well. And we see already foreign investors coming to Estonia who have done their research of what is being possible and what not. Of course, there are many that kind of come to understand more the ecosystem as well, but most of them are already done their research. Yeah.
Thank you. Now, Peter, 1 to 1.5% of Estonian GDP. That's quite a good selling point for a new facility built. Where does that money come from? What can you like open up the formula a bit? I mean, how will your investment bring money to Estonia, or rather, will it be put on a ship and sail somewhere else?
Well, eventually it will be put on a ship. The question is, when does the money change hands, right? Before the
How
ship or
much of the
after
money will
ship?
come to Estonia?
No, look, I mean, this is a tiered question with a tiered response. Sorry for that. But so main starting point, I think, as Sander, Mr. Ambassador, alluded to earlier, large prosperity has usually followed good resources. So the gas, the coal, the oil, it all brought prosperities to where it was. And we see the same in Estonia. So there is the acreage of offshore wind. That is where your first part of the value comes from, and will be paying the energy bill. So that's your first part. The second part is then your natural resource that you have a natural right to own and already own for centuries is your forestry. Now that, at least in part for now, has a relatively low impact output, which is direct export of logs towards paper and pulp in other countries. Now, not to say that that's a bad thing, but it is at least not a very large GDP contributor at the moment. So processing that at the same time in the country before exporting will be the second layer of value added that we see. And through employment, wages, salaries, and secondary services, that's the next layer that we then have. where you basically have everybody employed, paying taxes, paying their fair share, and attracting also, for example, to Pärnu, people will move here, will have to have entertainment, will have to have a life. So there's this secondary shill around it as well. So yeah, in the end, I do realize that these GDP calculations are always very much like contested, and you can always like, you know, take a wrench to it and change it a little bit. But we've done this together with the ministry and with Invest Estonia on how to exactly calculate and what is the normal way that you think about it in Estonia, and that's sort of what we've adapted to. And we also put the real number there, the 500 million. That's a real number, so you can judge yourself if you believe that that's 1, 1.2, 1.5, depending on the projections.
Have you already been introduced to NIMBY and banana in Estonia?
Well,
not in my backyard.
Yeah, and then
build absolutely nothing anywhere near anything.
Yes,
sentiment.
Or near anyone even.
Near anyone.
Yeah. No, clearly. I mean, this is I've been part of the energy sector basically my entire professional life, and
you're used to that.
It's kind of part of the gig. It's what you do, and the industry is complex to understand. So I also understand that it's a long stretch to see the value add from where you're sitting, if that plant is being pulled up next to your home, or that it is ravaging through a forest that you used to walk through as a child. I get all that. In the end, yes, it's everywhere. I do not believe in Estonia it is terribly worse than in other locations. We are aware of all of the stories, and it's one of the reasons why Invest Estonia is important, because I will sort of put into context how that worked after your question to her. But the understanding what is the real risks and the real needs and the real threats, that is, I think, what we're really after. And local stakeholders like Invest Estonia, like our partners in offshore wind, and like our partners in the ministry will help us understand where the banana really is, where we really shouldn't go, and where we should go.
So for how long have you really been doing business in Estonia? You sound very optimistic. That's why I'm asking.
So we've been around for about 2 years, and we see the change in the narrative.
Optimism prevails.
Well, you could say that. You could also say realism is being introduced. So the discussions are becoming more sharp. It's becoming very specific. The question about, actually, the gentleman probably thinks that there isn't enough residuals available. And those are all good considerations that we shouldn't cannibalize or monopolize other industries that rely on the same.
Questions that need answers, indeed.
Yes. Yeah. And questions that we need answered before we send myself and Claire and team regularly here to spend time and spend money that we could also spend anywhere else.
Of course.
So we have them on the radar. And again, yes, the NIMBY and the banana stories are important to address. I think the mayor of Pärnu has been keenly aware of some of that came as a firestorm after our first publication. But in the end, it's something that we'll tackle together as a society, because we cannot NIMBY for everyone. Some balances are there, and I'm sure we'll find a good one.
So I'm wondering, and this can be a question for actually both of you, what happens if Estonia will not have any wind parks built, any offshore wind parks built in the becoming decade? Rene and Peter, I mean, is this project still viable in a case we don't have offshore wind? Peter, first.
Okay, I can go first, yeah. So we've designed the project in a way that we can deal with that eventuality. So first of all, it's not only offshore wind, there is also onshore wind. And if things really go south, there are the interconnectors like the gentleman of the ammonia plant already alluded to. You could even buy across borders.
You still have a business case, even with the current prices of electricity in Estonia?
No, the prices need to come down, and they are coming down. So compare the discussion 2 years ago to today, it's a good €40 difference already.
Okay.
So as we see the grid and as we do the cross-Baltic grid studies, which I think might have to be done regularly and updated on a regular basis, there are price developments that make it a favorable situation, especially if you hit your 95% renewables target, then we're really in business.
Rene, what happens if Estonia doesn't build any offshore wind parks within the coming decade?
If I may, I would turn this question a bit around. So the environmental conditions to build out offshore wind park are there. So from the environmental point of view, from the geological point of view, the conditions are there. The question is whether and to what extent we are going to be able to manage the supply chain and off-taking slash financing? So these are the questions. And what we as a company would like to put forward is good value-added perspective for the society to not see only the cost of erecting offshore wind farm, but also the benefits. So it's very often a holistic vision that we are missing in our discussions. So that's why actually European Commission and many EU member states always do the cost-benefit analysis to really realize what are the benefits and what the society as a whole needs to gain from or can gain from these investments. Just to put things into perspective, Estonia, but not only Estonia, also Latvia and Lithuania per capita consume 3 to 5 times less electricity in the industrial sectors compared to the Nordic countries. And that's a huge disadvantage from the societal well-being or wealth point of view. So one way to really increase our well-being is to see here more industrial investments, investments that consume electricity. There is a huge potential of renewable electricity here in Estonia, and we should tap into this potential.
Miriam, so how's Invest Estonia working to attract foreign investments, both in hydrogen but also more widely renewable energy projects to really enhance Estonia's industrial capabilities and energy independence? And is this offshore wind question something that is on your agenda when you look at foreign investors? I mean, do they require this? Is it a necessity, or is it a thing, well, maybe we will have it in a decade, maybe not, doesn't really matter, we'll still invest in Estonia?
So as I mentioned before, we've seen that the investors are, and when we're talking about industrial investors, what they need, or one of the requirements is affordable green electricity, renewable electricity. And of course, when we look at the renewable electricity and the volatile wind and solar that is being developed, it creates another opportunities as well. So we can't only look at the developments that are being done, but also will there be any storage? Will there be any off-takers to the electricity? What is the higher value-added product that is being created out of that? So one thing that we definitely do is we try to engage as much as possible with the Estonian stakeholders as well, and also the potential investments such as Power2X, to understand their needs and expectations with regard to the ecosystem and the value chain they want to have. So we do these regular meetings with the Estonian stakeholders, and of course, based on our analysis, maybe I'm going to go one step back, because Invest Estonia is just one part of that, but we do have the applied research program, my colleagues sitting here as well, who focus on the technologies and the potential technologies not only from Estonia but also from abroad. And the other one is the project development. So we see ourselves also as a kind of a voice for the investments in Estonia that we take further to the government institutions and so on, and we do our own analysis. So when you ask how do we attract those investments, then we do organize all such of kind of events as we did here, for example. But we also go abroad to visit all different kinds of conferences. So I think our main tool is to promote Estonia as an attractive investment location, but as realistic as possible. So hence all the invitations to also visit Estonia, to actually engage here and to understand the possibilities. Yes.
Kaupo, well, to start from the very basics, looking at from the kind of perspective of the ministry, what economic advantages can green hydrogen projects actually have for the Estonian economy, and how might these initiatives really enhance local employment and well, attract investment, which is something we see through Power to X. But what is your perspective? What kind of value do you see in this?
Yeah, great question. I have a lot of answers to this, and I would like to tell that I'm, first of all, because of the last discussions, I'm a big supporter of offshore wind. It will be not wise to use all the potential what we have. We have maritime spatial planning existing, all the, let's say, fighting, arguing, to find the balance in between, is it from bird migration to the defense radars, we have, everything is done. So, and when I meet with my colleagues from Europe, everybody have very, let's say the water is going to be deep very fast, so we have excellent conditions. I understand more than 9 gigawatts of potential, more than 1,500 square kilometers of area, so it will be not wise to use it.
The Ministry of Climate is behind offshore wind energy, I understand from your answer.
We are in behind. I'm not the energy policy maker, but the conditions what I have made are supporting both the onshore wind and offshore wind, so I think it's great. And when we talk about the economic perspective, then first of all, when you look at all the hydrogen, methanol, offshore wind strategic view, then we have 3 value chains. One is fuel supply value chain, other is operational value chain, all the ports, and third is shipbuilding value chain. So from strategic perspective of government, our aim is to get maximum local content inside Estonia and inside regions inside Estonia, to get maximum local content as possible. And when I look into those value chains, then first of all, fuel supply. The fuel supply is like this Power X projects or other projects are focused on, or the Paldiski projects. So basically, it will be wise to use all our ports as energy hubs or areas close to our ports when offshore wind or onshore wind is connecting to all those free spaces around them. So basically, not importing all the shipping fuels. Because I'm shipping person, not to import all those from other side of the world. We can really make them ready in here in Estonia and support it. And let's say the main players in international shipping world really at the moment is methanol, the green methanol, of course, they are looking into it, the ammonia, of course, hybrid, full electrical solutions, and H2. The hydrogen is still making a lot of discussion there. It's very, always, as I say, very big love and hate relationship. Some love it, some hate it. So basically, I think biggest challenge is the amount of volume and what it takes.
So how much could we actually use here in Estonia of what Peter is about to produce?
Just to give you an example, if you talk about methanol, then I just talked with my colleagues who operate the vessels between Tallinn and Helsinki. Let's say when we would convert one of the vessels between Tallinn and Helsinki, 200-230 meters to work on methanol, then it will take around 100 cubic meters of methanol per day, so 36,500 cubic meters of green methanol per year. So this is one ship on the line. So basically, all those methanol fuels, I will come to the term green corridor, all those fuels can, let's say, the future on first steps of maritime green transition are based on the green corridors, because you cannot choose all the fuels at the same time. The investments are too expensive, so you have to choose that you have methanol in this port, you have this electric charging or something else, and the lines start to connect where the similar fuel types or ships using the similar fuel are operating. So basically, those green corridors can be between big islands of Estonia and also between the smaller islands. And for example, also the government-owned fleet, they are still producing, let's say, there are already methanol engines existing, but the fuel supply of methanol is not there yet. So basically, when I'm speaking with head of State Fleet Agency, we would like to build, for example, methanol vessels. At the moment, for some vessel types, the engine is there. So basically, if we get the fuel supply, we could go forward. That the fuel supply is the showstopper at the moment. The engine is not even the engine is so big showstopper. So if there will be fuel supply, and each production requires the steady flow of the green fuels, like coming from different facilities, then it's definitely gives acceleration. And talking a little bit, jumping to the other value chain, the maximum local content added is shipbuilding. So basically, we need to convert the existing fleet, and as I mentioned, the engines are there, the solutions are there. Together with Estonian Maritime Cluster, we launched the initiative, Estonian Marine Green Tech and Retrofit Hub. So basically, we want European ship owners, Estonian ship owners, and ship owners outside to come to our ports inside the European Union to retrofit them, to build them on the new fuels. And the government just a couple of months ago decided to give 25 million euro of let's say investments to launch these measures. So basically, we are supporting ship owners to come back to Europe to retrofit their vessels to new fuels. Is it methanol? Is it ammonia? Is it something else? We will launch with this measure in the beginning of second quarter of 2025, and it's also supporting policy of new European Union Commission, who wants to get maritime industry back from Asia, America to the European Union to get the knowledge to here. So with this measure, we are supporting ports. Ports are getting job. All the logistic value chain is getting job. All the maritime industry, is it new builds or companies who are focused on retrofitting existing fleet, they are getting jobs. So basically, and it's not only Tallinn or Muuga, it can be Sillamäe, it can be Loksa, it can be Pärnu, it can be ports of Saaremaa, and I think this is a great way for government to show that we want maximum local content, but the production of green fuels is a basis very often what we need.
Peter, it seems you have quite a few customers in Estonia already, starting with the Ministry of Climate and their fleet. Have you been negotiating, and approximately how much capacity do you see in your business model that could actually be used in Estonia? Are we talking about 10%, 5%, 20, 50?
So in the end, our base business case is fully independent on whether that happens or not. But and also our GDP number, for example, does not take into account conversions in the shipyards and these kinds of things yet. So that's an extra prize on top of what we promised. We are in close contact with the ministry and with all the stakeholders, and this was the role of Invest Estonia for us, right? So we've arrived to here as sort of advisors to one of the offshore wind developers. They had a question: can we do a power to X project to make the wind farm go sooner? Now, for that specific location, we said no. But then we saw in the corner of our eyes what happens on the mainland, what happens in Pärnu, and we're thinking, yeah, actually there is a chance here to do chicken and egg breakthrough. And of course, the first question is, how can you locally use methanol? And what we hope and fundamentally believe is that, well, maybe even the things like biojet, they can consider to use methanol as a starting point. You can do chemicals out of methanol. Our friends at VKG and Enefit know perfectly well that you have a pyrolysis unit and then you have a downstream chemicals business that needs to be green. So there's a lot of these kind of offtakes. We have not taken them for granted yet because they are to be developed. But we are talking to all of these people and we're talking to all of the stakeholders to actually incorporate them in the future. But the backup case of selling into the Baltic Basin, let's say Finland, Sweden, Baltics, and Poland for marine fuel, that's sort of the launching point. And then later on, other developments will come and cover us. That's for sure.
There's one question from Slido, and it's, well, surprisingly for you, Peter. How much electrolyzer capacity is required for 500 kiloton methanol production? And it goes on. How much would be needed with flexible demand from offshore, onshore wind and solar production exclusively?
Okay. Do we have 45 minutes, approx?
Let's try
no, so
five minutes.
Yeah, so with the plant capacity that is being optimized. So the number I will tell you now for sure is not what's going to be built, but ballpark, it'll be there. So we're between 250 and 350 megawatts of electrolysis capacity. And a lot depends exactly on that, what you've just mentioned. If there is a bigger role to play in the tender next year for the secondary reserves and the secondary market services, we might supersize that to be more flexible and provide more grid stability services. So this design is being optimized, but yeah, several hundreds of megawatts, 3 to 4, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, that's the range where we're now thinking of, is what we need to optimize the carbon yield. I think Biojet also referred to this. You want to maximize that every carbon molecule out of the wood makes it into your end product, and that's where we optimize the electrolyzers for.
That didn't take 45 minutes.
It was also not the full answer, sadly. I'm sure the gentleman would like to ask a follow-up question.
Dear audience, if you have a question, please just raise your hand. Make yourself visible because I might not see you. I see we have a follow-up question, naturally, and also a microphone here. Go ahead.
Thank you.
It surely is for.
Yeah,
I think it's you, Peter.
Yeah, this is maybe for Peter, but for others too. Like, why would customers want to switch, like let's say marine customers want to switch from existing marine fuels to the methanol? What would be the advantage? Usually it's a financial question.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, you will avoid at some point IMO penalties. And I think that's for the government to answer. But I think for me, the most important thing is that big black plume. Like methanol burns way cleaner. So even it's a green emission that comes out, it also is a lot less soot, a lot less tars, a lot less particles that actually then consolidate in your cities and in your nature around it. So for me, that will be the very first thing of why should they want to do this? That's why, but...
Yeah, thank you. So we have been looking a lot into it, and basically, I just have to tell all maritime experts in the room can agree with me that maritime future is multi-fuel. Some ships will be multi-fuel, some ships will be monofuel, but still it will be multi-fuel. So it's each company's decision how to get the emissions down. What is boosting them? It's very easy. The maritime ETS has been launched already. It's becoming more strict every year. We have some companies who have to pay more than 50 million euro per year when it's fully existing, and if the carbon CO2 price will rise, it will be even more bigger. So it will have huge impact. It will make you move if you need to pay so much. What is my concern personally, and I think a lot of from the sector as well, is that in one hand we were when the Fit for 55 came, then we saw that the big danger that European Union will close themselves, that let's say Estonia has also third countries neighboring, that if their ports will not be part of maritime ETS, then it will give advantage to them. So that was our concern. But last July, International Maritime Organization agreed on the IMO new greenhouse gas strategy until 2050, and it's almost as strict as European Union. The challenge will be, and I have not received answers when I have spoken with my colleagues around Europe, that if there will be maritime ETS system inside European Union, and if there will be carbon tax from global carbon tax, so can they exist 2 times, or we pay double in European Union, or how it's going to be? So anyway, there will be a lot of uncertainties in this area, but those regulations, is it globally or from European Union, they will make ship owners to move. They will need to make the investments, and it depends of let's say the fuel supply where you are operating. That will be the question. So most probably, if you are a ship owner with lines, I don't know, some Germany, Estonia, Finland, working on the triangle, and you know that you have like contract for 10 years to operate on this line, and you see that all the ports have methanol or ammonia ready, then you can make your conversion. And the initiative, what I mentioned before, is like, in English it's called nudging. It's small nudge from government side. Hey, you can get 10 or 15% back when you make investment and go further with your conversion.
Yeah, so the question was, extension of this question is how high should the carbon tax be in order for this green methanol to be feasible? How many % higher should it be than it is now?
So I think this is a very hard question to answer, because it depends of so many sides. It depends of the line, how fast you are operating, how often you stay in the ports, what is the fossil fuel price, and it also the carbon CO2 is also at the moment it's quite low, the CO2 tax, but in one moment it can, some estimations say it can rise 2 times. So there are so many different changes in the formula. That's the reason why a lot of ship owners has not made decision to converse at the moment, because there are so many, let's say, the rings moving at the same times, and that's the reason. Some who have more financial capability, they will be the forerunners, but it always comes with great risk.
We have another question from Slido.
Maybe, maybe just to comment on that, to be on the question of CO2 price. To be frank, we are not here in the level playing field, renewables versus fossils. IMF has calculated that fossil industry receives annually around $7 trillion of subsidies, and vis-a-vis to renewable industry, which is several times less compared to the fossil. So we are not even speaking here about level playing field, and in order to make things more levelized, I think we need initiatives and need to actually have a fair competition between the 2 industries.
So I don't want to go too deep into Estonian political discussions, but because there is a question on Slido, I will take that question now. Estonian politicians have been saying that the future energy needs have been overestimated. And in this regard, the initial data for the production plans of renewable energy and the payment of subsidies have also been overestimated. This leads to an excessive tax burden on Estonian residents. How do the panelists comment that? Perhaps we will start with Rene, who's producing energy.
So indeed, there's been an intense political discussion, public debate around how to create a favorable environment in order to realize the investments into new renewable energy assets, to what extent these should be based onshore, to what extent offshore. And parts of the discussion is, of course, what would be our future consumption. So as already mentioned before, in all 3 Baltic states, per capita industrial energy consumption is 3 to 5 times less compared to the Nordic countries. So in order to catch up in terms of our living standard, we need these investments into new industrial facilities. thus also into new energy generating assets. So it is a challenge in these terms. And on top of that, I would also urge to see the benefits of these investments. KPMG recently assessed what would be the socio-economic benefits of offshore wind park, but also an investment that Peter is planning. They are in a range of adding so offshore around 700 million euros of value added annually, more than 100 million euros tax income to the government, more than 1% of GDP growth annually. On top of that, reduction in electricity prices. So Aurora Energy Research also recently assessed what Estonia needs to do in order to lower its electricity price, and the worst outcome is to do nothing. So just sit and wait and rely on imports. Second best option is to have a balanced electricity portfolio without offshore, and the best option which would reduce the electricity prices in the future by 25% is to also have offshore wind energy in the portfolio. And this would bring hundreds of millions of electricity price reduction for the consumers. So if you would look into the full picture, then we would also see to what extent that these investments are needed and necessary.
Kaupo, have we overestimated our consumption of renewable energy for the future and overburdened ourselves with subsidies for renewables?
I think it's to debate on the correct numbers. I'm not energy policy maker, but to give the strategical perspective, then yeah, there are always they always have to look at energy security. So if the supply is there in all kinds of different events, what can happen in the crisis in Estonia, if this is one thing to do, you always have to, that's the reason why you always have to have some gap. But I agree with previous speaker that we have to look on the broader picture, what I mentioned before as well, that to create maximum local content and what if we have at the moment potential. Of course, let's say there will always be one moment with offshore wind and onshore wind, a lot of excess energy, or there will be a lot of wind power on the market at the same time. But this is the moment to use also the energy to produce easy shipping fuels or something else, to have means to use this energy to produce something. So very often they look at this energy creation as pure export of energy. That's the reason why. Is it islands or is it regions like Pärnu? We need to make something from this energy in here and export it outside. Is it product which is like with green label or something else? We need to produce it in here in Estonia, and that is good for our economy. And it's great to see that, to mention, I have had 4 governments in 4 years in this position, so it's quite intensive changes. So it's great to see that the industry is priority. Everybody understands to get the economic growth, you need to increase industry, and new industry needs the green and let's say low-cost energy, and which is low cost. This is debate afterwards. I think so many opinions in this wise. So I think the initiatives what we have from government sides in this, let's say, the budget situation what we have in here with budget cuts, nobody will give. We don't have enough resources to just throw the funding out. So they are really critically overlooked, and we see big possibilities for economic growth behind a lot of green energy. Is it offshore wind, onshore wind, or something else? Thank you.
Miriam, do you want to comment this or?
Yeah, I think I also agree with Kaupo and Rene, and I think the truth lies somewhere in between. So firstly, I think there are two types of projects that we're looking at. So first are the energy intensive projects and potential investments, and the other ones are the energy investments, energy projects. So of course there are, when we look at the energy intensive projects, they are not comparable with methanol production or hydrogen derivatives, for example, that use a lot of electricity potential in the future. So I think the main question is also from the political side, which direction do we want to take? Do we want to stay energy importers, net importers, or do we want to actually valorize it somewhere and somehow within our country? So I think that's why it's so important also to have discussions with different stakeholders to understand and actually to find off-takers as well, because we see everybody wants to develop renewable energy, and of course it makes sense, but it will create a lot of situations in the future where I mean, of course, a question whether we should build a grid or should we produce something out of it. So I think that to answer my question, I think the truth lies somewhere in between. And of course, if we look at all the EU targets that we have with decarbonization and with the increasing the electrification, then of course this will logically increase our consumption as well. So, yeah.
Well, Peter, politicians in Estonia have a lot of ideas, just like politicians in the Netherlands, in the United States. Oh my God, drill, baby, drill. How big is political risk in your overall business plan and assessment? I mean, how do you see it in Estonia?
So in general, our political risk it's a twofold, right? So how much of the political agenda to create demand, like the IMO regulations, like the SAF regulations and the grid targets. The first risk is that all of that comes tumbling down under pressures of inflation. And we see in the United States elections how important the pocketbook of the normal, like average pocketbook balance is. If on average your prices go up 20%, it really doesn't matter who is in power with what philosophy, they will get a slap in the face. That's what we've seen. Now, same will be in Europe. We see in Europe the same. All incumbents are losing elections. They're losing elections because people are paying more for an egg, for a carton of milk.
And then people come in power who have different ideas.
Precisely.
How can these ideas change your business case?
Yeah, so
possibly?
what we fundamentally believe is that no matter how much politicians fluctuate, go left and right and center and top and down, over the long term, you have to believe in democracy coming up with the correct answer. That should be the answer. And then the business model you build in that reality is the business model that you know fundamentally reduces carbon, is the right thing for the planet, and makes money.
You heard what Trump said?
I try not to. No, but I mean, look, I mean, I don't think that this is the venue for an analysis of the Trump.
No, it isn't. You're right.
But I actually do not only see negative outcomes for our product, for example, of his election. It means they will consume less methanol. The world market will have more access. There may be unexpected effects out of this. As long as your business case worked, business people will come to do business, and the economy will grow.
I think the question deep down is how reliant is your business on regulation and the specific movement towards climate neutrality? And I think there the answer is it is dependent, right?
Very, yes. It's the mission. It's the core of it.
Yeah,
absolutely.
If I just may, one comment on Trump.
I shouldn't be discussing Trump.
Now you've done it. Now you've done it.
I'm so sorry about that. But
just
very quick question.
I think we should more look what Trump does and then focus on that during his first presidency. Although he really, defended the coal industry, the speed of coal plant closures only increased. This was the maximum speed of closing coal-fired power plants in U.S. history.
And he was still elected back.
And at the same time, the speed of erecting new renewable assets increased.
Let's end this session on Trump and the US. Let's continue with Pärnu and Estonia. So how does the development of hydrogen infrastructure, such as refueling stations and pipelines, really impact the region? And what considerations should be made to also address potential disruptions? Peter, perhaps we can begin with you.
Well, I think that ties back into the earlier answer of, are we overestimating our consumption or not? And perhaps I am not a local politician, but what it does do, if you're very interconnected, it gives you options to export. What my project does, it gives you options, it gives you a vector to export the energy that you produce. So you're basically creating, by growing the consumption, you're reducing the chance that you're overbuilding. So you're reducing you reduce your ability to absorb shocks and flexibility that's needed, and by growing your consumption on an industrial basis, you can export it more easily, you can stop producing from time to time if there is not enough, and the whole guessing of how much the consumption will be becomes easier. So for me, that's sort of that infrastructural component makes things stable. The cross-Baltic collaboration will make things stable. Linking to Poland with the methanol train, Rail Baltic, bringing methanol to Poland, makes things stable. Especially in light of your neighbor, that's nice.
Kaupo, would you like to comment on this?
Yeah, if we're talking with Pärnu perspective, yeah. So
Pärnu and the region in a wider way.
Okay. So basically, again, the industry. So basically, if the offshore wind will be there with bringing the electricity price down, and there is methanol, or there are a lot of industries require methanol, so I think it's great potential to bring if you have free land. It's usually in Estonia we have a lot of free land around our ports, and in this Pärnu region also I think it's great chance. There is methanol, there is electricity price in the future. It's great chance to attract the investments, and yeah, it's from another government initiative. I understand this one also. We had our own initiative, but other initiative what Ministry of Climate supported as well was, let's say, measures. This is a measure to bring big investments to Estonia. So there is, let's say, one moment the pockets were empty because we had this measure before. So it's basically when the bigger industry you bring to Estonia, especially regions out of the Tallinn, the more millions you get investment support to build your industry. So basically, I'm very sure that these investments, let's say if you are outside of Estonia looking for a new industry which requires a lot of green energy, green methanol, green electricity, and you have this new government measure or prolonged government measure that gives you millions of euros to bring new industry here. So I think this creates very great conditions to local regions. And of course, environment assessment, it's always challenge in all the countries. From Ministry of Climate perspective, we are trying to get the processes running faster. This is our, we understand this gives advantage to new investments in Estonia to make it faster. And maybe one other potential for region, what I didn't mention before, we should not underestimate, let's say, I don't know, there is a term called bunkering in maritime. It's bunkering, the refueling the ships with their fuels, what they need for themselves. So there are basically two major bunkering stations in Baltic Sea. One is near Danish coast and one is near Estonian coast. At the moment, it was a surprise for me as well that the bunkering market was more than 1 billion euro per year in Estonian coast. Again, of course, this is historically fossil fuels, but we have great conditions and possibilities if there are new shipping fuels produced to be as green bunkering hub / Estonia for the future, and to continue with €1 billion market because our coast is near busy traffic line between the west and the east, and our coastline is suitable for bunkering, and our ports are happy to take the vessels in. So this bunkering hub is definitely one of the possibilities for the future. For this, we are going to modernize the fairway fees which ships are paying. So one of the points written inside, it has not adopted yet, but there will be heavy discussions following, is that the ships who are bunkering the green fuels or providing bunker don't have to pay the fairway fees. This is like, again, government nudging, hey, you are welcome here to operate with green fuels. You don't have to pay the fairway fees to bring those ships here. So basically, those little steps are, from our strategical perspective, helping us to push to the right direction.
René, would you like to comment this? The development of hydrogen infrastructure and the impact to the region?
I think, for the Pärnu city and the region as a whole, the western part of Estonia, this is a huge opportunity. It's actually, I think, historic opportunity because we are moving away from fossil-based energy production and now moving into renewable era, and indeed this creates new industrial opportunities, be it hydrogen or its derivatives, but there are of course other interested parties looking for green electricity, and it's a huge opportunity. I think we should prepare our mindset and also tackle this opportunity. There are a lot of things that can be done in order to be prepared, be it faster planning and permitting rules, be it how to actually make the investment much smoother for the potential investors. Engaging local government, community government. So that's a big challenge, but it's a big opportunity for the region and for the regional development as well.
Miriam, your take on this?
You talked about this very secretive measure for support mechanisms. Are you talking about the large investment support for? Okay, good. We get that.
I hide it in different.
Okay, good. What I wanted to say is that we also see those little hubs being created now, where there is this renewable energy production from the one side, then let's say hydrogen and derivatives interest for the production, and of course taking the infrastructure in terms of fueling station and so on. But what I wanted to say also about the offshore wind is that we've seen kind of university or like educational perspective also the developments in that sense, new programs being and curricula being planned in Saaremaa and so on. So I think it's not only the investments in industry it's going to attract in terms of different industrial parks as well, because these are being now developed and or looking possibilities to be developed as well. But we see a broader impact in terms of education and knowledge as well. So
you've all been so positive and optimistic, so that only means that I need to turn to the audience, to Slido, to get a different perspective. So question for Kaupo and Peter. I think Peter already got this question, but perhaps Kaupo can clarify. How much waste wood biomass is produced annually in Estonia, and what is it used for today? And how much more economic value would green methanol production provide over business as usual?
Oh, it's very specific questions. Unfortunately, my colleague Antti is not here, who is responsible for forestry. So I don't have the number. What I can tell that as much as I've looked into the data, then is at the moment a lot of, let's say, energy produced for, let's say, heating on the land. They are using at the moment a lot of biomass. That's why we are so high in the tables or in the top list of renewable fuels for energy or heating. So that's definitely the biomass is behind it. But the number, how much this is. I am responsible for maritime and water affairs, and I will not discuss in details. And the methanol industry potential, I think, to let's say, I'm quite sure that all the investments for green methanol, seeing the demand and how much the huge ships are using, I am, let's say, very sure that is it 2 or 3 factories like this, this region will definitely, or shipping requires more methanol than they can produce. Because in shipping, the 36,000 cubic meters, this was only one ship, and we have tens of thousands of ships. So definitely, the lack of methanol or green, especially green methanol, is there, and I'm quite sure that all the methanol produced will be used somewhere. And we saw from the Power to X slides as well that there will be in Rotterdam region as importers as well. So definitely this part will be also part of the plan. But no exact numbers. I don't have how many millions exactly what methanol plant will give to the economy.
Peter, because you already answered that question, didn't you?
Yeah, so look, I think for those who are concerned that the numbers don't add up, let's not forget that there is also a whole lot of firewood and pulpwood currently being produced and exported. And if you take the European cascading principle of decarbonization, creating paper and pulp is on the same level of sustainability as almost as burning it. So paper and pulp, yes, it's one step more sustainable. Methanol is yet another step above that. So in terms of sustainability, I think we're a step ahead of it. And that means that even if you don't believe that there is enough residuals, then there is a large component of paper and pulp that's currently, and that is 2 million here and 2 million in Latvia, being exported without value add. That is then what you can target as a backup if you don't believe that the residuals continue to exist. I think the gentleman from Biojet also referred to this, that you could have low-grade pulpwood and low-grade firewood as an input as well. So that is then your backup. So I don't think it's a deep concern. It's something we closely monitor, and we have, like I said, it's been a lot of effort to understand this market. It's not easy. But Estonia is one of the most transparent ones in the world, and that makes it easy to do business here.
But just to add spice to a long day and a long discussion, I would also take the next question. One of the issues in Estonia, the person claims, is weak involvement of civil society. Now, similar project in any Western European country would likely face resistance from the civil society. Did the weak civil society in Estonia plays a role in your decision to build the factory in Estonia, Peter? And this is
I love this.
This comes from someone from the audience through Slido.
Sure, no, and it's very...
The answer is sure?
Interesting that the previous... No, sure, I'll take the question.
Okay, thank you.
So it's interesting that the previous question was, did you encounter NIMBY and banana, and why are you not running away from here? So there is sort of, seems to be a balanced view of, okay, we can be quite tough when it comes to activism in Estonia. We're quite direct and quite culturally compatible with the Netherlands. We like to be told in our face what's what. That's what's happening here quite a bit. And yes, I think...
Welcome to Estonia.
Yeah, and I kind of enjoy it. So that's good. But so I don't think... I mean, the opinion about civil society being weak is a couple of miles beyond my field of expertise. But I do not believe that the willingness to speak up and to have a public debate is less here than in many, many other countries. I think the public debate is quite fiery, quite lively, And therefore, I feel we understand what are the challenges and the problems, and we will tackle them.
And you can feel it on the stage, can't you? This questions coming in from Slido. Rene, you wanted to agree with Peter that public debate is fierce and tough in Estonia, or you wanted to ask
Yeah, when it comes to biomass, definitely the public debate is fierce, and definitely civil society is very organized. So indeed, I think there's no way that it's sort of underdeveloped or is not active enough. Definitely, there is lots of firepower there and lots of willingness to discuss. But just on this biomass topic, I think we are focusing a lot on the biomass issue here. There's also potential to produce e-methanol, and that's also something that has been under discussion with various counterparties. And as already referred, KPMG has done a research assessing what is the value added of such a industrial facility here in Estonia. More than 100 million of tax incomes annually, more than, I think, around 500-600 million of value added overall. So it's a huge benefit for the economy. Yeah, I would encourage to consider these options.
We have a question from the professor in the first row. Go ahead. I think it's working.
It's working, yeah. Okay. We are discussing the whole day about this methanol, ethanol, and ammonia and hydrogen, what is produced by electrolysis. But we are ignoring very last observations that in the world we have a lot of naturally formed hydrogen. And it's probably very huge game changer, because in some places in Arabian countries, in Qatar, there are huge volumes of very clean hydrogen, but is approximately 85% of is natural hydrogen, and other is natural gas and residuals. And there is prognosis that in the world are already known nearly 50 to 100 times more naturally formed hydrogen that we are using in the equivalent energy amounts at all. Your comments about this, how this naturally formed hydrogen can exchange the game, what we are playing here, because near the Paris, there is observed very huge amount of this naturally formed hydrogen, about 55 million tons clean hydrogen, nearly 60-65% composition, and it's nearly 50% of this amount what we are using hydrogen per year. Thank you.
To be a good moderator, I will give the panel 5 minutes to answer this question. So overall, you have 5 minutes to answer this.
Okay, just very generally, I think what has changed is why we are not talking so much is the perspective how we are looking into the security of energy supply, because all the crisis has shown that let's say from European Union and from Estonian perspective, we see importance that all the supply chains of available energy are close to us, that if there is possibility to avoid the transport from other side of the world, and we can create it in here, then because bringing it here with taking into account how much more space the H2 is taking, then it will be wise to use it in here. I think the one hand is the energy, let's say, energy supply security, and yeah, I wanted to just to add the comment to the previous discussions. I think again the Estonian people and all the organizations are really into. They are very demanding with the requirements, and is it maritime spatial plan or something else? They don't come easy. They are very strong organizations in here. What has changed generally in Estonia is that what I have seen when I'm talking with islanders or people from the mainland, that the energy crisis what we had in the beginning of where full invasion started in Ukraine, then all the high energy prices, it changed a lot of mentality from the citizens of Estonia. They understood they need to have more energy production, sustainable production here in Estonia. I think that's what I faced when I met with local people.
So, final comments on this question, Rene?
Yeah, indeed, I agree with this argument that we need local energy generation. At the moment, we already import half of the electricity. In a few years' time, our oil shale power plants will cease to produce the electricity, and we are even in a more bigger deficit. So on top of that, we are electrifying our heating, our transportation, so that our dependency will only grow. So we need to address this, and on top of that, we should see this as also opportunity. We have a huge potential of renewable energy, and let's use it for our own benefit as well.
Miriam?
I'm just thinking how much would it cost to import it to Estonia, valorize it here, and export it again. So.
In Estonia, we have few places where we have naturally observed. I have discussed with the geologist of Tartu University that all places are bad scuff, and other places carry islands and other things in the Baltic Sea. So in principle, we have the naturally evolved hydrogen in Estonia.
I don't know about the amounts that it would be also feasible to make a business case out of it, but perhaps this is also something interesting for our future investors. Yes.
And for the next panel, because this one is finishing soon.
I would feel amiss if I don't comment on the big hydrogen question in the room. This is the first hydrogen question we actually got, so that's great. So look, in terms of one of my colleagues right now becomes super happy with you because he is a geologist, he is a hydrogen, white hydrogen as it's being called, fan. Practically speaking, the locations where it is abundant, because it's not proven abundant that much yet, it's not that straightforward to explore for it. For oil and gas, we know precisely how to explore. For the natural occurring hydrogen, this is a lot more complicated. So for the industry to become an efficient explorer and producer of white hydrogen, we are decades out. This is going to take a long time. And we can't wait decades. We cannot, because it'll be too late. It'll be too warm. Climate change will take its acceleration. So that's my first answer on the white hydrogen. And of course, we should. We should pursue that. We should get that done. But in the meanwhile, let's do what we can do today.
Ladies and gentlemen, a great applause to our wonderful panel. Thank you so much. You did receive the Estonian treatment, Peter, well, especially you, but also the others. So if you're still happy in doing business in Estonia, we'll continue giving you this treatment for years to come.
All right.
So welcome to do business in Estonia.
I'll bring a helmet next time.
Thank you very much. You did great. Ladies and gentlemen, as we approach the final block of the day, we're diving into, well, I guess one of the most critical questions in developing a successful hydrogen economy, and that is financing strategies. Establishing and scaling hydrogen infrastructure certainly requires innovative funding solutions, regulatory support, but also collaboration across borders. And in this session, we'll explore how those financing models and strategic policies can ensure the infrastructure needed for a robust hydrogen market. And our first speaker in this session, ladies and gentlemen, is Bernd Chalin, CEO of Flexens. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much and good afternoon to everyone. I hope you still can take one or two presentations after a long day and hope to be inspiring. Let's see how I get this working. Yes, so I'm going to give you the developer's perspective on the value of infrastructure and how to make that bankable, as we say in the industry. But I'll start a little bit with the big picture to put put the whole question of financing these investments in context. We are in a hydrogen conference, and we are saying that the future really needs the hydrogen solutions. And to put some realism into the context, the fact is that all these fuels we have been discussing today will cost more than the fossil fuels has cost so far, whether it depends on that the fossil fuel has been subsidized or any other reasons. Especially, I will tell you a little bit about Flexens and what we are doing and what kind of discussions we have with our off-takers and so on. But in the end, we are talking about a much more costly solution, which means that we heard in the panel it's going to be driven by regulation. The off-take, which in the end is the thing that is making a project like this, these projects bankable. And I always try to tell a little anecdote at this point. I'm old enough, I have lived the 1970s energy crisis, conscious of what was going on in society. I paid about 11 euro cents for my first liter of petrol that I fueled my boat with. Fuel prices quadrupled in 5 years in the 1970s. The world did not crash, and we are much, much more better off today than we were 50 years ago. So it means that our economy can take the cost of actually having decarbonized all the hard-to-abate sectors that we have been discussing today. And the good news for the hydrogen economy is that going via hydrogen is among the solutions that we know that can be implemented now, actually the lowest possible cost to replace the fossil fuels. So that's the good news in the big picture. A few words about Flexens and where I come from. We are a project developer in the hydrogen economy, doing the Power-to-X different projects in this area. And we have our roots in a society-scale demonstration of how to run a society 100% on renewable energy, which was implemented on the Åland Islands between Finland and Sweden. We are currently publicly announced 2 larger projects. We are on the west coast in Finland, in the city of Kokkola, developing a 300 megawatt green ammonia project, and have our insights into the market and the offtake for green ammonia from there, and also the challenges with power prices that we heard today, and all this is very familiar to us. And in the Åland Islands, we cooperate together with Copenhagen infrastructure partners and Life, who is a part owner in Flexens, to make an integrated energy island out of the offshore wind opportunity around the Åland Islands. So the topic today for the whole day has been offshore wind, so we also have quite some insights into those value chains from this project. For us, we see this enormous actually potential to produce renewable energy up here in the Baltic Sea region, and it will be much, much more than what we use in our own societies. In Estonia, you have been talking today about 3 to 4 times the energy consumption. Also in Finland, if we realize everything that can be done, we are talking, we could supply 10% of Europe's need for hydrogen in Finland alone, based on mostly onshore wind and solar, and the nuclear that we have in the grid. And it would be something like double or triple Finland's current electricity consumption also, if everything was implemented. So we are really talking about an enormous opportunity around the Baltic Sea to do these things. That means that we need to find the route to market to get this energy somehow transported to the industrial heartland of Europe, which is actually somewhere else. We can't attract all the industry from the Ruhrgebiet up here to the Nordics and the Baltics, even if we could do some of it. We don't even have enough people to man the plants. We already heard some about that as well. So route to market is the topic, and that's why this infrastructure discussion and how to fund the infrastructure projects that we also heard about in the morning is so important for us. If we look at the opportunity, I was already touching on this point. We are foreseeing a huge surplus of electricity around the Baltic Sea at a reasonable cost, actually. To transport that power in the form of electricity to the need in continental Europe is actually much, much more expensive than to go via hydrogen or a derivative of hydrogen. Also, if we look at the offshore wind topic, which was the header for the day, the grids, neither in Sweden, nor in Finland, nor in Estonia, nor in Latvia or Lithuania, is prepared to take that power. And that's why we in this Åland Energy Island project have looked so closely into converting most of the energy produced by the offshore wind into hydrogen and find a route to market for the energy as hydrogen or its derivatives. And that's why we need development in both electricity grids and in hydrogen pipelines to make this transition happen. There are a few reports around the topic, and I have provided some links here for you to download. I assume this material will be distributed, and I have only 15 minutes to make my points here, so I will not go into details in numbers or plans, but you can see that there are extensive plans. The electricity grid providers are forced, as we heard in the EU presentation earlier today, to do 10-year plans for the rollout. So there's a pretty good picture of where that is going. And as I said, it's going to be a bottleneck for the offshore wind industry in the Baltic Sea region. And we heard about both the hydrogen pipeline projects that will connect the Baltic Sea region to the industrial heartland of Europe, the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Collector and the Nordic-Baltic Hydrogen Corridor, which will go onshore through the Baltic countries. So these are extremely important. So then how to get them funded is where I'm going to get at here. But from the perspective of actually being able to fund the production projects, everyone is talking about there are so few FIDs taken on large-scale hydrogen projects in Europe now. You need both the off-taker and the way to get your product to the off-taker. And to have the security aspect of that also in place, you actually need redundancy in the system as well. And we have, of course, been looking, especially, even if we think that we are producing 200,000 tons of ammonia in Kokkola per annum with 300 megawatt of electricity. If we would have access to a hydrogen pipeline as well, we could run the factory more hours per year because we could take hydrogen from the pipeline when we have expensive electricity in the grid and so on. So it would add to the flexibility and in that way also secure a backup supply. If our own electrolyzer fails, we could get the hydrogen from the pipeline. All these kind of de-risking projects are extremely attractive for the funding community. The banks are asking for it, the equity investors are asking for it, and so on. So it's an essential part of de-risking large-scale hydrogen projects to have the infrastructure in place. We are talking about an extremely interesting topic here. If we then go to the funding question, and the header that was given me was this user pays principle and how it applies, could it speed up development and so on. If you look at how this is going to evolve over time, the volumes in the beginning will be small and the infrastructure must be built in kind of one go. So if you would pay the whole cost as the user, the producer would pay to get connected and get his product shipped, or the off-taker so these user fees would become prohibitively high in the beginning. So user pays will not actually speed up this development. But of course, if you look at how it's handled in the electricity grid today, it's all funded by grid fees, so the user in the end pays the electricity grid, and the same model is now in the gas package launched by EU, also the guidance to national governments for regulation. In the end, this will work out. But we have some other challenges also relating to who's going to pay for the infrastructure when we especially look at this from the offshore wind connecting to produce the hydrogen perspective. And that is the fact that we are crossing borders, and the way to handle these fees in cross-border situations is not so self-evident. And the North Sea offshore wind hub has done a lot of work and published during this year a number of papers addressing things like offshore bidding zones and the legal framework for actually connecting offshore energy producing facilities to several countries. And that's also what, for instance, the Baltic Sea Hydrogen Collector in the end will be about. So to learn from what others have done so far and try to look what is applicable to the hydrogen economy, to the Baltic Sea region, and so on, will be quite important to get this way of actually paying for the infrastructure in place. Then public sector must play a role in de-risking investments in this infrastructure, even if it in the end is going to be paid by the users. And I will take the next page and then maybe leave space for some discussion here. Germany is now setting an example. In October this year, they published, first of all, the decision to actually do the kernnets, the core net in the hydrogen pipeline system in Germany. And they also launched the financing model for how to even out this fact that there will be low utilization rates in the beginning for a huge investment. And they have created something they call the amortization account, which will be an account where you kind of push the costs into the future. They are funding it with a loan from banks, which will be guaranteed by the government. So the government doesn't have to give a subsidy to build the pipelines, but a kind of guarantee structure with a quite innovative way of dealing with several things. And within a 15-minute presentation, there's no time to go into the exact numbers there, but they are really spreading out the cost over a long period of time, relying on a forecast for the utilization of the hydrogen network. So this user-pays principle must be connected to clever and innovative instruments from the public sector. This is basically what I wanted to tell you here today, so happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Do I see hands up in the audience? Someone wants to ask. Please let me know you're here. If not, let me see if there's someone from Slido. Don't really see any questions. Oh, there is a question, of course, naturally.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
This is Imre Treufeld again. So the concern is that why would the public want to use hydrogen? We're talking about, like, let's say consumers. Why would they want to use hydrogen-fueled cars? If the cars are more expensive, hydrogen is more expensive than gasoline. How do you take care of that barrier? It's kind of like a chicken and egg problem, right?
It's actually, of course, it's a broad discussion, but hydrogen has its role in the hard-to-abate sectors. That means that we have the steel industry, we have the chemical industry that are going to be the first off-takers with some kind of willingness to pay. And then the processes we saw today, both the sustainable aviation fuels, the methanol, and the ammonia for the shipping sector are it's just the cheapest way to replace the fossil alternative. For passenger cars, it will be battery electric. And also for shorter ferry routes, we, in our Åland study, modeled the whole archipelago ferry network. And we found out that any ferry pass less than 2 hours, you should run on batteries, directly electrify. So electrification is always the first option. But when it goes over 2 hours, the batteries become too heavy. The ferry can't take any payload anymore because batteries fills up the whole capacity of the ferry. And then there's a slot between 2 and 5 hours where you actually could run it on fuel cells and hydrogen. But then again, hydrogen takes up a lot of space when you store it. And that's why we need the methanol and the ammonia for the long-range shipping.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, what specific policy measures would you advocate for to de-risk investments and promote investor confidence?
The very specific proposal, I think, is to look into the way of guaranteeing the abundant private capital that is available. I mean, if you look at how many hundreds of billions of euros have been allocated now to infrastructure funds globally, they are happy to put up the money, but they need some kind of safety net. So I would strongly advocate guarantees rather than subsidies. So not directly out of the taxpayer's pocket now.
Mm-hmm. We have a question over here. Go ahead.
I don't have a question, but more a comment, because it was spoken about the cars and hydrogen and so on. And looking on the latest news and discussion about the hydrogen market, now with Elon Musk, changing the perspective from hydrogen being a good solution for cars. Initially he was criticizing, it's a stupid fuel, it's not a good solution for cars, and now recently he said it's a good solution, and we know that the only company which did this very successfully is Toyota, for example. And the Germans, of course, they did something on fuel cells. They've been the innovators at the beginning. So I have the feeling that Estonia is on the right path with this leap. It will be like anticipative, and if will be in this direction, the evolution of the industry, we have the feeling that an investor like Musk, it's speaking now about hydrogen again. That means are some development in the industry and something happening in this. You have the same feeling? I don't know.
It depends on the use case for the car, and I haven't actually noticed what Mr. Musk is doing at the moment.
He's doing a lot.
But with my engineer background and financial background, I always look at the cost and the numbers. And as the only way, unless we find this white hydrogen, which is totally different topic, what it would cost, but to have a totally decarbonized hydrogen, you produce it with electricity with the conversion. And today, if you want to do this quickly, the electrolyzer efficiency is somewhere between 60-ish%, 60-65%. So that means that you are always wasting at least 30% of the energy. So hydrogen will always be, and there is a capital cost to do the conversion. So hydrogen will always be more expensive per energy unit calculated than electricity, because it's made from electricity. So you end up with a more expensive fuel. And then batteries have an efficiency of over 90%, while the fuel cell is again 65-ish%. So you lose another 30% in the car if you run it on hydrogen. So it doesn't make economic sense. The only place where it actually makes sense is if you are in locations where you can't build the charging infrastructure for some reason. And some old cities, for instance, you wouldn't like to dig up the roads to get the chargers in old towns in continental Europe. So there may be use cases for hydrogen in some places.
And we have a last question from a gentleman in the second row. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Very, very impressive and interesting presentation. I wish that this would happen because it goes in something that it is very much needed in Europe, which is to break fragmentation. This is a plan to create and to build pipelines and transport systems among different countries. But unfortunately today, the reality in Europe, in the energy segment, in the energy market, in the electricity sector, is that in almost all the cases, national borders stop the connection, the international connection of grids. So this goes one step ahead, which I very much welcome. It goes in the direction of the Draghi report, which consolidates energy as a key factor, as a key sector in Europe, that will have positive spillover effects over the rest of the European economy and in the European autonomy as well. So it is more a comment than a question. But I am sure that you have considered in this analysis the fact that national sovereignty resistance should be undertaken.
Absolutely, and the last comment maybe then, if it was the last question. If we look at self-sufficiency within Europe, we can actually supply most of it from within the EU borders. But it may be a bit more expensive than importing it from somewhere, from some dictatorship somewhere far away. So it's a decision we also have to make, that we put some kind of value on self-sufficiency in these times that we live in now. It's not that much more expensive actually in the end. for instance, the ammonia market, we meet this competition from these large plants in Namibia or Saudi Arabia and so on. And it's going to be a few euros cheaper than to make it in Finland, but the difference is not that big in the end.
Then thank you so much. Yeah. What a great presentation. Dear friends, we'll now hear from Aivar Starikovs, board member of Hydrogen Europe, and he will talk about the importance of coordination between member states and the EU in building a unified hydrogen strategy that can accelerate Europe's handling in the global market. So please join me in welcoming Aivar Starikovs. The floor is yours.
Yeah. I would say toughest job now, because now I'm between you and your networking cocktails. So therefore, I will try as fancy as possible. But anyway, before I like that topic, but I would like to tackle a couple of questions what was just raised before, because the point is, at the end of the day, answer is in the scale. Because today, none of those applications stand alone. One bus never will be commercial. But nevertheless, so, okay, I'm not yet familiar, but... So, my name is Aivar Starikovs. I'm by background scientific engineer, ended up with the international trade, and now I'm here. So, all like kind of Frankenstein doing with hydrogen. But it's also kind of way, what is Hydrogen Europe? So, Hydrogen Europe is an industrial association uniting 600 plus members, representing, I would say, biggest part of the industry in the world. I hope it's not mine. No. Okay. 28 national associations of hydrogen. So this means all the EU plus surrounding national associations is represented. Since 2 years, we have implemented also regions pillar. So this means also the regions which are encouraged and interested to learn more about hydrogen and way of funding, financing, implementing are very welcome. At the end of the day, we are lucky that we have now third generation of private-public partnership with the European Commission. So this means now this is called Clean Hydrogen Partnership. In the past, that was fuel cells and hydrogen joint undertaking, but the point is this is already third generation. So this means twice 7 years, and now is already third year is up and running. So this means almost 15 years R&D spent almost 6 billion euros. Today's joint undertaking actual budget is 2.4 billion available for R&D actions. But this means also implemented portfolio of more than 1,000 different R&D, but be careful, not just R&D scientific. Yes, there is also base science, then there is applications demonstration, proof of concept, and even ending of market rollout projects. And this I will touch later, because this gives an important why I'm here and why it's important to talk about all that. I don't know how much you are familiar, but what I appreciated that a lot of speakers already touched that, what I was willing to say. The projects are not appearing just like that. And I love that sample as Power2X colleagues already explained that one thing is the idea, but then you need a village to get this child ready for own life. Therefore, there is a lot of different stages for projects. Money is available. This is not the question. I would say more important is the maturity of those projects and maturity of the partnerships. In most of the cases, I'm seeing this is the biggest challenge. Yes, of course, policymakers need to be aware about this. And again, since I think Horizon 2020, there is even possibility that you can combine different fundings. So from one side, it's kind of paradise. Money is available, we can go. But the point is even different. There is money available, there is different phases for introduction of new technologies, but there is also needed a lot of coordination effort. And here is where member states need to step into the game. I don't want to be like a bad weasel of the group, but unfortunately sometimes the structure of member states' presence in the Brussels is not delivering correctly situation of industry. Unfortunately, this is the problem. We can name it a problem, maybe a challenge, or maybe even benefit, because this also unlocks opportunity to interested parties, Pärnu city, or I know that Tallinn port. Then they are coming up to the Brussels and taking actively part in consortia to apply for money, to do the tests, to trial the new opportunities, to introduce them in their own use cases. But if we are talking about the business model, this slide, I would say, this is the basically complement what was said by Bernd. Basically, what means user pays? I would say good sample would be that Power2X talks with the local bus company and say, hey guys, we can produce in that quantity hydrogen. Utilitas will say, hey guys, you need energy for that, but you know, to me, it's reasonable if I install, I don't know, 100 megawatts to pay it off. Then, on commercial side, then can come bus company and say, okay guys, what you can offer? Of course, then you need a bus manufacturer who will say, okay, full service lease contract. Then those three gentlemen together need to calculate energy price, hydrogen production, hydrogen refueling, bus use case, and here is the key word, total costs of ownership. This is something what most of the people are still ignoring, because the bus can live for at least 10 years. This means it's unfair to calculate the hydrogen bus price just based on the buying price, because depreciation is the one per 10 years, service is another important component, and third is a fuel. All them together plus financing costs makes the picture real. Back to the basics, again, all those three gentlemen before are important for that, because then they can agree on for a Pärnu bus company, I don't know, for Hansabus, say, hey guys, you can pay per kilometer. We will deal between us. And then user can be happy. And just addressing also this Toyota Mirai case, yes, honestly, I do not believe that passenger cars, the hydrogen will play their role. Where I believe, and I know that there is a facts and samples that public transport, heavy-duty vehicles, trucks, railways, but the key is scale. You need a certain size of the fleet to make it commercially viable. And I can tell you the sample, yes, it is possible, but not with 1 or 2 buses in one city. So forget, then this is, I would say, proof of concept. It is needed, but it's not make commercial value. But continuing, and this is a good sample, by the way, approved by Commission in 2015. Second generation was 2016. Again, nice, how to say, sounds very good. We would introduce 300 hydrogen buses across the EU. That was the first nice promise. It took almost 8 years where we are. Yes, we have introduced 300 buses. During the project has been changed at least 20 different cities. From one side, this picture doesn't look fair because Eastern Europe is not presented. At the end of the day, Eastern Europe benefited with all the good and bad lessons what was done in this project. But the point is, first of all, we achieved the scale that bus manufacturers are not anymore money-driven, but they are start to looking on this market, okay, we need to go down with the price to make it fair. Second, cities get a better understanding of the usage of such kind of units. And most important, energy supplier and infrastructure providers also realized, okay, where is break-even point? Of course, 10 buses per city doesn't make business case, but at least everyone got facts about usage of such kind of units to be capable calculate that. And what was very nice, I think most of you, at least I see a lot of familiar faces. Last year we did hydrogen bus roadshow also in Estonia. But the point is why we did this roadshow. Basically, we were kind of traveling circus. We were traveling around. First of all, giving cities bus with mobile hydrogen refueling station, but with one limit. Guys, here is the bus, here is the fuel. Please give us a drivers and drive on public route with that bus. 3 days minimum. After that, we said, okay, guys, here is the test report of the trial, and here how you can make this financially viable. For that, you need 20 buses, renewable energy providers. So we help them understand where is the use case. And it worked out because at the end of the roadshow, Toyota, most of you know, they have also another joint venture with the Portuguese bus manufacturer Caetano. They announced a new special purpose company or special purpose service offer, mobility as a service, offering exactly end users, don't buy the bus, don't think about hydrogen, no, just pay per kilometer. But you need to warrant me that you will drive 60,000 kilometers per year with this bus on your public route. So this means such kind of projects made that possible. It took 8 years from very beginning of the concept as itself from this nice maps, but it ended up with absolutely new approach. And if I need to now say about this coordination between member states, just the back, I think you can understand how challenging it is, first of all, to share all that information, to explain to policymakers, because by introducing such kind of solution, first of all, you are challenging fuel supply chains. So usually this is Ministry of Transport who is in charge for infrastructure. Then you are talking about renewable stimulation. So usually this is again another ministry. Then the taxes, because basically this is a renewable fuel, so another exception. So this, at the end of the day, we need to tackle at least 5, usually even more ministries. Ministry of Climate, Ministry of Economics, Ministry of Transport, Ministry of Finance. So therefore, this is a challenge. But I would like to point out that this transition is happening. By coincidence, yesterday I was thinking, should I bring some samples about that? I throw out railway sample and I throw out this pipeline because I didn't thought that it's too much. But I love that today gas grid operators are talking about that. They are saying, world is changing. I loved also this what was said by Ministry of Climate. Energy supply security is the key. You cannot rely only on the cables as energy stable supply. You need another alternatives. Therefore, hydrogen as surplus, produced by surplus energy of renewables and delivered via pipes is the key. This means we need to change whole mindset of how we are treating all those things. But most important, it happens, it's possible. And one other sample, okay, to Pärnu, most of you did not arrive with airplanes, but there is already also happening more than a year. Another interesting project, 40 airports around the Baltic Sea. Okay, I hope that you are able to understand that there is in the between, just slide was not the best. But anyway, this is our region. 40 airports came together, even also Tallinn Airport is on the board, and say, let's investigate how hydrogen can help us solve the future challenges. Because in aviation, there was today also discussion about aviation future. Aviation need to have 10 years to verify your solution. So this means, honestly, last year I already did some test trial flight with a hydrogen plane. This is already happening. But just to get Civil Aviation Agency all the processes, it will be 10 years. But what was one of the best comments, what was said by Airbus? He said, gas turbines are the same. This is the jet fuel, this is the biofuel, or this is a hydrogen. Turbine as itself is 90% same. So this means if I will have another fuel, I will be ready to fly with that. But nevertheless, I would say key challenge, first of all, to change attitude of the policymakers. I would say that's the biggest challenge. And most important for guys like me and also Estonian Hydrogen Association people, to share as much as possible this knowledge from the projects, what are happening in other regions, because they are providing us good lessons, bad lessons, sometimes not the nicest, but it is stimulating us to change and implement new solutions. I hope that was fruitful and insightful. So, is there any questions? No?
That's a good question, Ivars. Are there any questions? There is a question over there, and there is a question over there. Perhaps we can start with that gentleman over there. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Andrea Shedelini from the Economic and Social Council of Europe. Would you comment on survey? I received the numbers half a year ago, so I'm a little bit ambiguous if it was before the German electric car subsidy stop, etc., etc. Consumers and users say that there is an important measure of the different types of combustions. Full electric cars, hybrid electric cars, and hydrogen-driven cars. And the parameter is the so-called repurchasing readiness. So someone already had one type of these vehicles. How many % of those would like to repurchase again the same type? Do you have new recent figures for that? Because that figures might be already a little bit old. Should I tell you the figures? Yeah. It was very surprising for me. It said, it was the European Automobile Association figures. Full electric, 30 to 40%, hybrid electric, 70%, hydrogen, 100%. Is it realistic?
I would say, before I answer that, let me give a very good argument that also just a bit remove misunderstandings. Because hydrogen, what is hydrogen car? It stands outside. This is electric car, electrically driven car, only different energy storage on the board. Because if you even read homologation, that there is two electric types, electric propulsion, and then there is off-board charging vehicle, like classical, and then non-off-board charging, which is hydrogen. So this means car is charging himself or herself, I don't know. So therefore, now addressing in the morning session, there was about specialists and market change. If you know that, basically with hydrogen car, you need, I would say, biggest challenge is electric understanding of the vehicle. With hydrogen, this is maybe 5%. Even Toyota, when providing service manuals, they are saying, you know, critical is electric service. Electric, because this is high voltage systems. Therefore, hydrogen or battery, I would say the discussion is even maybe some moment, I would say more important would be that there should be available both fuels on the market, and then market is up to decide. I would like to go with this car or that car. It's not fair to say what is the prediction, because I would say like that, what we need to think about, that infrastructure should be available for all different types of the fuels, and then market is the best lakmus paper which will show where it goes. Because again, one fact, everyone is always relying on Germany as an automotive country, but DENA, a German energy agency, I think in 2017, clearly stated electric vehicle share in the market achieving 15% will kill the grid. Because of the imbalances of charging stations, what they are creating to the grid. So this means even providing energy to the car is a challenge, which everyone today is just ignoring. The plus with the hydrogen is that if I have a Riga refueling station with 600 kilos on site, I know I can have 10 cars, each after other, there will not issue. Because it's pressurized, so the refueling system as itself is designed in a way. I know that Riga public transport operator some 10 years ago did an engineering exercise correctly, and they said, you know, the grid around us is capable to provide only 10% of the fleet on the batteries. Others, sorry, stand till, I don't know, whatever, or build new substation, which is plus 1 million, new cables plus 10 million. So those are different challenges. Therefore, there is not silver bullet. Hydrogen is not silver. It's just part of solution. Therefore, we need to, first of all, respect existing infrastructure. And then, based on that, engineering, finding the best option. And the good sample was about islands and charging. Yes, just for ferry, perfect to do the job on batteries. But energy to charge the ferry, because of the grid, it might be that it will be stored on hydrogen. It's same like Swiss is doing now, for example. Instead of providing cables around all the mountains, they are saying, no, here is a container with Toyota fuel cell model in it to fuel the charger if car arrives. Because if the unit is not utilized every day, 10 times a day, who is paying for this kilowatt hour? At the end of the day, that's the question. I hope I had addressed what you was asking. So therefore, I'm always careful about those, where it goes. I don't know. I like both of them.
I like a bicycle, but we have one more question. Go ahead, sir.
Sorry for intervening again, but as you see, the subject is very interesting. I forgot to say that I'm from Romania, and we just had 3 calls for tenders to buy 12 hydrogen trains. Was foreseen in the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, was foreseen 100 million euro for that. But the problem, I just was chatting meanwhile you were speaking, I was chatting with the director of the Romanian Authority for Railway Reform. And he said, I asked why this didn't complete. And they said nobody presented in the characteristics that we offer. Of course, can be administrative issue, you know, related to Romania, but it's not because they really wanted to spend this money because are very necessary for modernizing our railway fleet. And one of the issues was that. And they said many companies, still was interest from Siemens, for example, or other companies, they said, are some costs which has to be related with you, with the state. So it was not acceptable in terms of this National Resilience and Recovery Plan. So you spoke at the beginning about scale. Which is this scale? How much can be for the railway industry? Because we cooperate with the French, for example, company in order to understand how it's working as a business model. How much can be the scale? 12 trains, I imagine, is not a big scale.
It can work also with 12 trains or locomotives. What I would encourage, talk with the Estonians, Operail. They are very well aware about this because there was in 2018 a railway study, by the way, available on the webpage of Clean Hydrogen Partnership. But again, it provides the logic. Short answer would be, it depends from the mileage what are making the locomotives per day. For example, I know that in Riga node, 12 locomotives was there, and they are driving around 100 kilometers per day with average load, and that was already cheaper than diesel. But in calculation of lifetime, only internal combustion engine. So, because in railways, the frame is living 30 and 40 years. So therefore you are power plant comparing. And that was even feasible then. In Estonia case, if I remember correctly, then Tallinn-Narva freight locomotives was also comparable with diesel and cheaper than electrification because it depends how big flow of the whatever vehicles is on exact one route. So
particularly, this is the case in our country because we now have to invest in electrification, and was a case if the rail freight for transport can be done with this technological mean. The hydrogen can be a solution, but
absolutely. Just find out
the price
this
is
study.
double. for a train, a hydrogen train, the price in this moment seems to be double in this moment than a classical train. That it's another issue, you know. Of course, when it's coming European money, everybody says, okay, no problem. But when it's a company, somebody will have a problem, you know.
You know what I would suggest you, please, one thing, yes, the big boys like Siemens, Alstom, they are caring about their pockets. What makes sense to talk with retrofit companies across EU, like Operail, because then they are taking more care about local value. Because then you are creating local value chain by retrofitting those locomotives. Again, I'm not against new products, but sometimes you need to investigate yourself and encourage industry take a look on you. Because in Romania, I know that there is a lot of hydrogen available and there is happening a lot of good projects. But it's very challenging to invite industry, I'm ready. So this means to whom invite? Engineers, battery guys, who else? So it is challenging. So we are seeing this every day, but most important that we need to share this knowledge, that there is those use cases which can be then introduced.
Thank you so much, Aivars. An applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dear friends, we've covered a lot of ground today, from green ammonia and sustainable fuels to the infrastructure and policies required for hydrogen to become a genuine part of our energy landscape. Now, it's clear that innovation, partnership and regulatory support are all critical if hydrogen is to play a practical role in lowering emissions across key sectors. We also considered the broader impact, how hydrogen can contribute to local economies, create jobs and involve communities in a meaningful way. Financing, for sure, remains a central challenge, and today's insights on regulatory support and possible investment models underscored that work is still needed to make these projects viable. And scale, of course, is one of the issues that we cannot escape. Unless we have scale, it's very difficult to see hydrogen as a genuinely competitive field. But hopefully scale is coming. Thank you, dear audience, dear organizers, dear interpreters, everyone who contributed today. And let's continue these discussions and see where this path can lead, hopefully to a greener future. But before we call it a day, let's not rush off yet, dear friends. The Netherlands ambassador has generously offered to host a networking reception. Perhaps you've already heard about this, where I believe we could all use a little fuel ourselves. So, dear friends, please join us for some good company, maybe a glass or two, and a chance to dive into discussions that don't anymore require slides or microphones. Thank you all for your energy and insights today. Thank you very much. And two final remarks. Please do return the translation kits where you took them from behind the door. Highly appreciated. And the organizers of the event, can you please stay in the hall for a group photo? The rest of you can already go and enjoy the reception. Thank you all and hope to see you in a greener future.